You Hello, everybody, and welcome back to week 2 of Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Nekra, joined again by Dragon Rider, and today we're covering Hearthstone. We've got a lot ahead for today's broadcast, don't we?
We do. I am so excited. I feel like a lot has happened in the last week, and more is just going to keep happening. So I'm really excited to see what it is that's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Supergirl Gamer Pro a little bit first. We're in our 2020 season, and this season we're covering 3 different titles. We've got CSGO, League of Legends, and Hearthstone, which is what we're going to be broadcasting for today. We have 9 weeks of competition, and then it all comes down to the grand finals taking place October 3rd to 4th in California, where we're going to be able to crown the champions of the season. So a lot at stake when we go week to week because we're playing in a point system.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to talk about that point system a little bit here for those who may be joining us for the first time, each week is a completely new tournament. So these women can sign up each and every week. And just a reminder, since it is a different week, they do have to sign up every single week for the new tournament. But it is a point system. Each week that they compete, they can build up points. And those points all accumulate over the 9 weeks total to add up to see who will be going to those finals that you mentioned. So we have first place gets 100 points, second place is 75, third and fourth each get 50, fifth through eighth each 25, and 9th through 16th each get 15. So just competing and signing up every week at least gets you some points, even if you end up getting knocked out. And do you just want to talk about what the overall format of the tournament is?
Yeah, before we get into the format, I want to go ahead and mention, though, that if you're on the fence about competing, well, guess what? It's completely free. So head over to www.supergirlgamerpro.com to be able to sign up for each week's new adventure. And let's talk about that format, right? So the format has changed from week 1 to week 2. Last week when we played Hearthstone together, it was a best of 3 conquest with no ban. But this week, it is a best of 3 bring 3 decks with a ban. So talk us through what that change is significant, Dawn.
So one of the biggest things is when building a lineup for a tournament, being able to build which decks you're going to bring together, in addition to which cards you're going to include in the deck lists. Having a ban really helps you make those decisions, and we're going to probably see a variety of decks and card choices based on the ability to ban a certain deck. So if players are choosing to ban out, let's say, Hunter, and I'm going to pick on Hunter a little bit because I think it is kind of the new bad guy in town right now, and I'm expecting to either see Hunter be banned, or people are going to bring card choices and deck choices that do well versus Hunter in order to kind of lock the opponent's Hunter out of getting that. So ban can actually make a huge difference in what decks and what card choices the players bring.
So that's the new format that we've got going for us. But before we get into the action and talk about those bans and those interesting tech choices we might get a chance to see because of the balance changes that came through, want to thank our sponsors for even making this event possible. Thank you so much to Nissan, to the Air Force, to Zenny, to the U.S. Marine Corps, and to GameStop for even allowing us to have this tournament in the first place. And I want to get into these sponsors just a little bit more to tell you a little bit more about who they are and why it's so important that they are, here to even have us be able to put on the Supergirl Gamer Pro. So I want to talk a little bit about Zenny first. You want to make sure that you armor your eyes with the new Zenny Blocks virtually clear blue blockers. And I'm really excited about these glasses because, especially for someone that sits at the computer all day, that blue light can be really harmful on your eyes. And Dawn, as a glasses wearer as well, I'm sure you can feel that sometimes when you are sitting at the computer for a long period of time.
Oh yeah, it can make a huge difference. So yeah, those blue light lenses are amazing.
Yeah, don't forget to go visit zenny.com/gaming to check out and virtually try on some of that eyewear on your face before you even buy them. So if you're worried about whether or not the frames are going to look good, well, first of all the frames look fantastic. So you should definitely go to the website and check them out. But you have this ability to even just virtually try them on to see what they're going to look like on your face. So I really love that feature. The next sponsor that we want to thank a little bit more is the U.S. Marines. The U.S. Marine Corps is dedicated to safeguarding our American way of life and fights against any opposing force that threatens our freedoms. So thank you so much for your service and for also sponsoring this event. We are so happy and so lucky to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about those sponsors and what they allow us to do, they allow us to bring these events together and give an opportunity for all these players. So we actually will be having a match between Sanguine and Andifern, who we did see last week, coming right up in just a moment. But first, we are going to go take a quick sponsor break, and then we will get back to the action right after that.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris,
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her.
Love you.
Oh.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Supergirl Gamer Pro. Like we said, it was going to be a short break before we get into the action, and we're kicking things off with Sanguine versus Andifern. And we got a chance to see Andifern last week, but the deck lineups, they look a little bit different. Dawn, talk us through why we're seeing some different and unique deck lineups this week.
So one thing I think is that ban, but also early this week we did have some nerfs that hit the servers. So various card changes, and a lot of those were kind of some of the aggro decks, in particular Demon Hunter. So the meta has slowed down a little bit, which has allowed for some mid-range decks to really come through. And we see here the deck list. We have Sanguine with what looks like to be a pretty typical Dragon Spell Druid list, a Priest and Hunter, and the Hunter was banned. And from Andifern, a Priest, Warrior, and Hunter, and the Hunter as well has been banned for Andifern. So not really surprised by any of that there. What do you think there, Nekra?
I'm not surprised at all, especially given what we were watching, kind of like one of those big tournaments happening this weekend, which was the Hearthstone Esports Asia Pacific Online Tour. Well, there was a lot of Highlander Hunter, and it doesn't surprise me that taking a look at that Highlander Hunter, it's going to be banned away from the very beginning. And I'm actually really surprised about something else. But when we were talking before the show even started, Dawn, we were mentioning that Priest was kind of nowhere to be seen this past weekend for that online tour. But we're seeing a priest in both of these lineups today.
Yeah, and there were players who brought Priest in that Masters Tour. It was just a very small percentage, and a lot of those didn't end up being casted on the live stream. But it looks like we are going to start with this first game here. And speaking of that Priest, we see it right here. And Andefern again with that Warrior, just like we saw last week.
Yeah, so the warrior coming through, the same type of warrior that Andefern was running before, and this is the one where you see the risky skipper combos with the armor smith, and if you aren't familiar, that means that the warrior is trying to build up as much armor as possible. Even getting a chance to play the Sky Raider super early just really puts Andefern in a very advantageous position in terms of the board and the curve. Having coin in hand with 2-3 drops, that's not too bad, especially when you're looking at those quartermasters.
Yeah, and one thing here, we do see this Corsair Cache come into hand. That was one of those nerfed cards that I mentioned. It only adds durability, 1 durability, instead of +1 attack and durability like it did when we were casting last week. And not only does that make a difference with how much damage the warrior can push with the weapon, but the big break point that I've really noticed with this is when trying to trade into minions. Now, this list here from Andefern is running these wrench calibers, which already starts with 3 attack, but it can really make a difference when the weapon starts with only 2 attack and doesn't go to that 3 attack breakpoint. Makes it a little bit harder to actually trade into minions with those weapons. And we could see an impact with that, not being able to clear out as many minions, but, you know, it's looking like a nice ooze in that hand, though, for Sanguine. Be able to take that wrench caliber out here in a couple turns.
Yeah, when you take a look at the health pools that you see most of the lower cost priest minions have, you're taking a look at 2, maybe 3, especially when you take a look at like the Sethix Veil Weaver. Although when you take a look at that card, just because that every time you cast a spell on a minion, you could add a priest spell to your hand. When you take a look at Sethix Veil Weaver, you're probably trying to buff it up with something in order to kind of make it a little bit more sturdy on board. But is this a time where you play out... Well, I was going to say, is this a time where you play out the Evil Quartermaster, or do you just coin out a Wrench Caliber here?
Yeah, that's a tough call. I think this is really going for that lackey generation. I didn't mind just coining into one of those wrench calibers, even the buffed up one, because you have the second one in hand. But Andefern here choosing to go for the board a little bit instead. And because these are open deck lists, you know, maybe looking at that deck list saying, okay, Sanguine does have an ooze. You know, maybe I don't want to risk that quite yet, but going for board instead.
Yeah, the board ends up being so important, especially in early terms of generation. The warriors and the priest both have so many different clears that there are quite a few ways that you can just mitigate that board presence, especially when Thoughtsteel is going to get you something like an Ankar to be able to use your face to clear off those minions.
Yeah.
But now this puts Andefern in a kind of an awkward position because that Corsair cache, this is where this becomes a problem. Yes, you can whack into the Armor Smith, but without that +1 damage, you're not actually able to clear it. So I like the decision to go for the face, but this is where the ooze potentially comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And just another thing that we kind of saw a lot of last week as well. You know, this this Armor Smith was stolen basically from Andefern's deck. It wasn't a starting minion from Sanguine. So again, same thing with this Risky Skipper. These are just things that Andefern can't really plan on seeing from this deck. So that makes it a little bit tricky as well to kind of plan ahead. And you know, unfortunately, Andefern's plan of getting on the board, it ended up getting removed, which if she had a board, then maybe the weapon would have helped clear some of this. But now just kind of a little bit of an awkward spot because Sanguine was able to really just get on board with all of these stolen minions and get a ton of value by removing that weapon.
Removing the weapon, and then look at the armor generation that happened as well during that turn. And this is starting to look like a pretty good brawl turn as well, if you were really thinking about doing that. But at the same time, there is only 7 damage on board, which is something that the Wrench Caliber will be able to eliminate at least a little bit of. And then you put another bomb into Sanguine's deck.
Yeah, and I think looking at it too, a lot of these minions, they're already sitting at this 1 health, and that Skipper on board threatens to kill those, but of course Priest does Priest things and heals up all their minions, so these aren't going to get cleared. Some really interesting choices here from this Discover as well. That Shadow of Madness doesn't look that bad.
No, especially when a lot of the minions on the warrior side are going to be lower cost in that attack stat. But wow, this is a big board for Sanguine, especially when you take a look at how that Sethek Veilweaver is working in action.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned that Sethek Weaver earlier, and yeah, we're seeing it kind of just in full swing here. This might end up having to be just a little 1-1 and a brawl turn just to try to clear those, just to go for the chance that those Setheks are removed from board, because those can generate way too much value than the warrior wants to deal with.
Oh, well, there's one, but the second one sticks for Sanguine. That is not the result that Andifern wanted. And tried to give herself the best chance at removing both of those Sethek Veilweavers, but now you're taking a look at a 7-mana turn for Sanguine. That's a lot that you're going to be able to do with all of the spells in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of these are kind of reactive spells here too for Sanguine. So really can kind of just take this turn to go in on the Sethek value and just kind of sit back on those other spells and wait for Andifern to go in with her own board. This might just start to spiral the game out of control.
Absolutely. Like, you get the Shield Slam, but there has been no risky Skipper combos for Andifern, which makes that Shield Slam completely mitigated here. And you can hunt for something with the Battle Rage, but what exactly are you looking for? A second copy of Shield Slam isn't going to do it for you either in this case.
No, I mean, I guess the best bet was trying to find a shield block for even more armor generation, but yeah, there's been no extra armor generation found for Andifern either, and yeah, these shield blocks are just looking really sad right now, but maybe in the next turn or two they can do some work.
Oh, absolutely. It's not over till it's over, especially when you're looking at a warrior and a priest going at it on board. It is definitely going to be one of the longer series or the longer games that we get a chance to see. But this Kronks, when you don't have your Galakrond in hand yet, is so immeasurably valuable to Sanguine right now. And maybe in the nick of time, Andifern gets that Kronks as well, but you also have to consider armor generation in this case, and is the Kronks into the Galakrond going to be enough when there's 12 damage presented on board?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of damage here on board for Sanguine. This is a really tough spot because, yeah, again, I mean, as Andifern, she probably really wants to get that Kronks down and get that Galakrond, but it's not really going to do much against this board. And is it just too slow? Does she need to find a different route here?
Well, maybe it's going to be putting more bombs into the deck and hoping that Sanguine draws them all in a row. There's 3 in there right now. But maybe also we're going to get something good off of this Witchy Lackey. Nothing that's going to be able to rush, though.
No, not even a taunt to slow the damage down. And again, like we mentioned, just none of that additional armor generation either. So again, these shield slams just sitting there doing nothing.
In this matchup, I feel like the risky skipper Armorsmith combination is just so important to be able to bring yourself out of range and really compete with the healing pressure that the priest has in this matchup. So I just feel like Andifern's getting really unlucky with not having those answers in hand for this kind of board that Sanguine is presenting.
Yeah, and I do want to note as well that this list here that we see with Andifern, we see this Kronks, we've mentioned the Galakrond. A lot of the bomb style decks are not including the Galakrond, but we do see it in this list here. And Galakrond giving your hero power that 3 attack to just be able to repeatedly hit the priest or clear some important minions potentially, along with the bombs putting in the deck and the Blastmaster Boom with all of those bombs being able to hit for damage, can really swing the game for that warrior. But yeah, Andifern has just not found any of that here. And I feel like it's not very often that we see the priest kind of being the beatdown deck like we do in this case.
Yeah. Oh, it's 5 health for the warrior. That's just so dangerous of a life total to be at. But I feel like the Blade Storm ended up coming into hand super clutch.
Yeah.
And here's the Shield Slam finally getting value, clearing off the Sethic that got so much done in this game so far. But Sanguine is on a roll still, and the snowball is continuing to function as long as Sanguine gets some board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really winning that brawl earlier in the game and keeping one of those buffed up Sethics on the board really contributed to that start of that snowball. But now it's going to be a matter of how does Sanguine keep that snowball going? How does she kind of keep control of the game?
Well, you have the hero powers. That could definitely buy you or get you something nice from this Galakrond on Sanguine's side, but I'm also looking at that Murozond in hand as just, a way to clear off the board, and then there's an 8/8 that you definitely need to consider here, but the Shield Slam, oh no!
Yeah. One of the few times we actually see having armor work against you.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, that was really probably not the best outcome there for, even if it had hit the 2/3, that would have been a little better, but yeah, really unfortunate sequencing there for Sanguine.
But the Kronks works pretty well for Andifern. There's that Galakrond that's a little bit unusual in the deck. Especially with this kind of more bomb-oriented style of warrior. But the risky skipper coming into hand too, that could just really bring Andifern out of the brink of getting cleaned out of this first game. But Sethic Veilweaver from Galakrond's Wit, oh, you weren't expecting that one. That's the other thing that the priest provides.
Yeah, absolutely. And, another thing that's been a little bit interesting in this game that I feel like we don't see very often is the ordering of these weapons coming from Andifern. Finding a skipper so late in the game feels very uncommon. But, that Blastmaster Boom, has there been any bombs put into the deck even from Sanguine?
From Sanguine, no. Sanguine's Thoughtsteal cards have all been pirates or weapons.
Yeah.
So there's actually only bombs in Sanguine's deck, and there is a total of 5. But you could see that from the minion that Sanguine just played, that there was a Shield Slam present, or at least we can see that from the observing slot here.
Yeah.
But you hope to kind of get that Blastmaster Boom, but it's still buried deep within Andifern's deck.
She decides to play this Galakrond here, so like I mentioned, we don't see this very often, but this hero power now will give her 3 attack every turn that she uses it. So that can be a huge swing and just a lot of damage generation in addition to those bombs that you mentioned. So maybe this is a point where if Annafern can just keep a little bit of control on this board, then the game might start swinging back in her favor.
Oh, for sure. This is why we said it's not over till it's
Yeah.
over, especially when it's a warrior and a priest on board. And with the damage coming through to Sanguine's face, you really only have to do 3 more damage before these bombs start to take effect. And every turn you draw a card from your deck that increases the likelihood that you end up with 5 bombs in a row to the face.
Yep.
But with this Mass
Absolutely.
Resurrect coming through with the Murasol the Infinite, whoo, and a second Sethix Veilweaver, that's a lot of pressure that Sanguine has just developed on board.
Yeah, it really is. And I just want to mention here, looking at the deck list, Annafern is only running a single copy of Brawl, which we already saw
Oh,
used
yeah.
early. So only 1 copy of Brawl, which would be really helpful for her right now. This Blade Storm, unfortunately, with these 2 health minions on board, not really going to be very effective. And it looks like she's going to have to go in for some low minions and just try to mitigate as much of this damage on board as she can with these skippers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Blood Boil Brute's looking pretty spicy right now.
I mean, a 0 mana 5/8 rush seems pretty good.
Pretty good for sure. A Battle Rage is going to be really good to generate card draw here, but you got to make sure that you're not over drawing since you've got so many resources in hand. So that was a really smart play of the coin on Annafern's part. The Armor Smith going to be able to eliminate the rest of the 1/1 minions, and then you can just use the Blood Boil Brute here if you really want to be able to clear off that Murazon, and you still have the ability to send 4 damage to face. 5 damage, excuse me, because I can't do simple math. But I know the math for the bombs that are in the deck, and 23 is definitely less than 25.
Generally, I think that is the consensus. But, we see, again, this second Risky Skipper and the other Armor Smith in hand. So you kind of mentioned at the top of the game about that combo and generating all of this armor, which feels a little bit late. These shield slams could have used this combo much earlier this game, but finally finding it now. And looks like we do maybe have a slight disconnect issue here, but we'll jump back in as soon as we can. And also, this Deathwing Mad aspect is pretty interesting. That could be another clear here for Annafern as well, if Sanguine somehow gets back on board from these minions that have been being generated from the hero power.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much refresh in a priest deck, especially when you take a look at how they're being run right now, and just kind of looking at what's left in the deck for Sanguine. There's not too much more. I mean, the Mass Resurrect that came through, I believe that was off of the Galacrons, the Sethek Veilweaver that came through. Because I'm not seeing another copy in the
I believe
deck.
so, yeah. There were some pretty high impact cards that were generated off of those Sethics early on. Speaking of the Sethics, it's just a game full of Sethek Veilweavers, just nonstop.
But the Blastmaster Boom finally comes through, which would be so much value. With 5 bombs still in Sanguine's deck, that is a full board of boom bots.
Does have this Blade Storm as well, so I wonder if she's going to want to use that. That can definitely be a combination to try to close out the game, playing that Blastmaster Boom and just playing the Blade Storm, setting all 6 of those bombs off. And especially with only 1 minion, and a low health minion at that for Sanguine, I'm wondering if that might just be an okay answer here.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind the Deathwing Mad aspect play, though. Like, that's
Pushing
a
a few more
12-10
Yeah.
on board, so...
We see at least a few different answers here Ooh, gonna go for this mind control. Yeah.
Wow.
In true
And
priest fashion, just stealing it.
yeah, I mean, you thought steal away the risky skipper combo, and you thought, you go ahead and mind control the Deathwing Mad aspect. Yeah, that's just priest doing priest things, if you've ever heard of them. Andifern's running out of resources, though.
A little bit, but I think picking up another Wrench Caliber here is actually pretty good, because that just keeps adding even more bombs into that deck. And, on her side, though, she did just draw her last card here, so that fatigue is going to start to set in. But there's so many bombs in the deck, and now
There are
Sanguine
6.
is at 15.
But
Oh my
none of them have been
gosh.
drawn yet. Sanguine
Not
is
a single
getting
one.
the best luck right now. I have counting on my little fingers 6 bombs, and none of them have been drawn.
This is amazing. And that first weapon was played on turn 4.
Yeah.
And there has basically been weapon swings for almost the entire game since then. Like, that is... The odds of that are just so incredible.
Well, what are the odds of this happening right here? So much value coming through for the entirety of Sanguine's hand. There's 7 damage on board. Is this where you and what do you do with the shield block? Do you shield block? Is that just a dead card in the hand now, knowing that you're starting to take fatigue damage?
Yeah, I think it is, because even though you get some armor, it does create another draw, which just draws you more fatigue damage.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of offsets the armor that you get from playing it out anyways. I'm just looking at, with this hero power and the weapon swing, that's another 6 damage, which can put Sanguine to 9.
Then you just need 2 bombs in a row.
Yeah, and Zephyrus can find a little bit, just it's not quite enough to get a Zephyrus lethal.
Oh, I love this play. You're giving up a boom bot,
Right.
but here comes the risky skipper.
Absolutely. Can these just go face? This is going to be enough. Oh my gosh, not quite enough to find lethal here, but if one bomb can be drawn, 2 bombs.
Let's find out. That's 7 bombs in the deck now. The chances are too good. There's 1.
Okay, there's 1.
Oh, and there's
Oh
the
my
second.
gosh.
That's it. Andifern takes the first game.
Wow. What a game. That game just swung all over the place. That was crazy.
Oh my gosh. Let's break this down, because there were many, many moments where we were both thinking Andifern's out of this first game. There's no way that she's able to come back because of the sheer amount of Sethic Veilweaver pressure that came through from Sanguine's side of the field.
Yeah, and I don't know if part of it, there was a little bit of really unfortunate sequencing and unfortunate turns also for Sanguine, like that shield slam taking out the 8/5 Murazon that could have lived and pushed that little bit last bit of damage, because again, we kind of saw early on in the game that Andifern was down to 5. So being able to hit even once with that 8/5 Murazon could have really changed the game, and so that could have been a big twist. And I think that was just insane from both sides. But now we're going to get into another priest mirror here. Match point for Andifern.
It is match point for Andifern. And just to let people know, there's a reason why Andifern was in the grand finals of last week and earned herself a cheeky 75 points for that second place finish. Really loving the start that we're seeing here from Andifern, but the Sethic Veilweaver early might spell disaster. We've seen how well that has been able to do work here, but I like this Mind Flayer as a tempo play from Andifern too. Lots of good things happening in these early rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just kind of looking at this turn 3 Apotheosis from Sanguine, and is that what we're going to see here? There's another Sethic as well. I'm just not sure what route she wants to take here. Does she want to buff that and trade? She doesn't really want to give Andy Fern her own Sethic to start generating things, but maybe it's just a Apotheosis and smack face.
I like the Apotheosis, but I also like just clearing out the Mind Flayer and not letting it get more value, because if you have Apotheosis, what are the odds that your opponent might have that? With the open deck list, you can see that there are a lot of abilities and ways to buff up these Sethic Veil Weavers for both of these players.
Yeah, and I do like the play from Sanguine there too, basically saying, I'm going to pop that, and it's going to give her her own Sethic, but if Andy Fern doesn't have a way to buff that up, it's only going to be 3 attack and can't take out my Sethic, so I get to keep it. So I really like that play last turn, and yeah, Andy Fern just trying to take the little bit of value that she ended up drawing. Oh, this Time Rip looks really nice.
Yes, it does. Whoo!
Generates
with a 6/7 on board. That's definitely something you want to get rid of. And
oh,
look at that! That is a Plague of Death that just walked into hand. That is one way to deal with a Priest Mirror.
Yes, and potentially some random generated death rattles and extra primes that we may or may not have seen a ton of last weekend. We'll see if it repeats itself this week.
You know what we should have done, Don? We should have had a tally for every time we said Prime in the last week of Supergirl Gamer Pro, because we said
I don't think I
Prime
can count that high.
I don't know if I'm able to count that high either, so...
We'll see, though. This hand from Andy Fern, slightly clunky, though. A lot of kind of later game stuff, but again, these games do go very long, so there's going to be plenty of chances for her to play those. But now looking from Sanguine's side, this board has gotten a little bit tricky to deal with. It's kind of a little bit wide, and some stealth in there makes it a little awkward.
Yeah, we all know how this goes with the priest, not usually capable of dealing with such a wide board, and even using the Shadow Word Pain here on the Sethic Veil Weaver, that's giving Andifern 2 more and kind of still leaves the Sethic Veil Weaver active on board.
It does, and I find this draw from Andifern kind of funny as well, because we could potentially just see that Grave Runes go right back onto that Sethic and just never-ending Sethics.
Maybe that's our new keyword this week.
That's right.
Is Sethic Veil Weaver. But these are interesting choices for the Renew option, but Shadow Madness is definitely a card that I look at as just a really nice late-game option.
Well, and as well, it can really get, again, with the Sethics, it can get value because it's targeting a minion. So there could be a lot of different combinations and ways to remove your opponent's board, generate more value, all sorts of combinations with taking that Shadow Madness.
Nice clean clear from Andifern to get rid of the Shields of Galakrond that are on board for Sanguine. And the Sethic Veil Weaver lives to see another day. But
it might not much longer.
In her hand as well. Yeah, there are definitely some ways to get rid of it. But it's kind of about how you want to use your mana. There's so many different ways that Sanguine can be mana efficient in this turn. So I'm really excited to see how Sanguine decides to play this next turn out.
Yeah. I think that Time Rip, having to decide between these 2 minions and which one you're going to kill as well, is really difficult. Like, you want to clear them both, but unfortunately, yeah, like you mentioned, just not quite enough mana there. But giving your priest opponent an additional mana to do even more things, it doesn't seem very good. So maybe just letting them have another spell or 2 over that extra mana, but neither of them feels very good.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about that choice is that you're kind of looking at what's going to be easier to clear off later. Do I want to give my opponent the ability to make a 5/8? with the Apotheosis coming through, I mean, look at this combination on the Sethek Veil Weaver, though. Either leaving either option up was always going to spell disaster.
Yeah. Alright, just gonna go for those discounted cards to start the turn here and then kind of figure out what she wants to do with these now discounted cards with the remainder of the mana.
Mm-hmm.
Go for a Grave Rune of her own. Maybe? I don't mind this. I'm just giving that Death Rattle, you know, making a 2/2 copy of this.
Mm-hmm.
Just to try to stick some stuff on board. Doesn't seem bad.
Yeah, that's not something that you can necessarily just whisk away. And it makes this next turn a little bit awkward, but here's where that Shadow Madness gets a chance to come into play from that Renew option. Not only do you get another spell off of the Sethek Veil Weaver, but you also stole the Death Rattle.
Yeah. Oh. And of course, like we mentioned in the previous game and basically all of last week, to me, this almost feels like this might be where this is swinging in Andy Fern's favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just being able to develop such a wide board, like we've mentioned before, priests struggle to kind of deal with that style of play because not many priests run the option of having the Plague of Death. Like, that was a card that we saw come off of the Sethek Veil Weaver. So, you know, what is the option here? Soul Mirror, when you're looking at 2/3/6s on board, that's also not going to be a clean clear either for these higher health minions.
No, and I think even from Andy Fern's perspective, I do wonder if a Soul Mirror would have come out last turn if Sanguine had it, just to try to kill off the 4/4 and generate her own Setheks, but that didn't come out last turn. There was no Galakrond to remove. You know, it felt like a somewhat passive turn from Sanguine last turn, so yeah, Andy Fern, I think, just kind of took advantage of that and used it to her advantage.
Ooh, Inner Fire. That's an interesting choice when you know that you have the 3/6s on board. I don't mind picking that as an option, and I think while it looked like Andy Fern was in a position to kind of run away with the board, it's not really looking like that anymore. Even though Andy Fern does have that escape button with the Plague of Death, 2 Fate Weavers on board for Sanguine is still a pretty tough wall to get through before you can start chunking away at that hero pool.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this feels a little awkward because, I mean, does she really want to go for that Plague here? Like you mentioned before, the Soul Mirror kind of not doing a whole lot just because of the way the attack and health works out on these minions. Galakrond, I don't think is really buffed up enough to clear everything either.
Yeah,
No,
I can only
just
remove one.
Yeah.
I think it got the one that Andy Fern wanted, though. I definitely expected the, Well, actually, she kind of looks like she's trying to clear out the Death Rattle as well.
Yeah. I wonder if that's partly just because she's worried about another copy being made.
Yeah, there's an opportunity to make another copy. Yeah, I would be pretty scared of that too, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Especially because you don't know what's going to come out of the Invokes or the Galakrond's Wit. Like a Temple Enforcer.
Yeah. Ooh, Time Rip being burned. Ooh.
Yeah,
That's
that doesn't
actu-
feel good.
No, because not only do you get to clear something from your opponent's board, but it also would generate another minion for you to be able to use.
Hmm.
Not really what you're looking for to be burned there.
Oh, but these are good choices. I
Yeah.
kind of like the evasive Draconid, but also the Worm's not terrible. Ooh, Mass Resurrection coming through as well. Those were pretty good cards to draw.
That Mind Flayer Karj, unfortunately, not gonna do anything when it dies. So just having that 3/3 body is kind of a little bit of a low roll, but not bad. They still contest the board and at least force Sanguine to answer.
Mhm. Oh, but
Ooh.
these are
Yeah,
Huh.
these are interesting. They feel like they serve such different purposes that it was kind of like, just which route does she want to take that?
Yeah, there was kind of the option that she ended up going with, which was just card generation and
Yeah.
playing for the long game, which I really respect, knowing that this game, the last time we saw a priest mirror, ended up going to an hour long.
Yeah.
So just like preparing, but honestly, preparing for that, I think is incredibly important, because this is a single elimination bracket. And even though you do get a chance to play every single week, the more points that you garner during the weeks that you are active and capable of playing, that ends up being, very, very important, just to kind of set yourself up on the right foot.
Absolutely. And I do want to mention as well, because we kind of went over the deck list really quickly, but the priest deck list for Sanguine here is actually more of the typical kind of Galakron style version, with that Shadow Menace, the Fate Weavers, just a lot of removal, running an Ooze, 2 Breath of the Infinites. But for Ande Fern, it's actually kind of that cube or split priest that's running the Imprisoned Vile Fiends and the Apotheosis and Grave Runes and Psyche Splits. So the fact that we have seen so much of those same cards from Sanguine is actually just because she stole them. Right? So those things did not start in her deck.
No, they didn't. And there's a lot of things that have come through as well from Galakron's Wit and just the Sethic Veil Weavers as well that, have come through, that it makes it look a lot more like a mirror than what it truly, truly is. But
Speaking of
Soul
mirror.
Speaking of mirror,
There it is.
speaking of the big mirror, this is a great time to use Soul Mirror here,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
all of the damage that came through now gets completely mitigated by the Soul Mirror effect.
Yeah. And Ande Fern basically got free healing off of it as well.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So heads up reactive play by Ande Fern there, just to make sure she survives to see another day. But, Dawn, let's talk a little bit about the state of the game, because we're getting into the end game now, where both Ande Fern and Sanguine are starting to run out of cards. What's the play here to be able to kind of get through this health pool, this health total that both of these players have?
I do wonder here if one of these ways that they try to close out the game is just all this minion generation. And I feel like Ande Fern is going to be far ahead in that win condition, just because she's gotten that Galakron out, and that hero power can give her at least 1 minion every turn. In addition to any other minion generation that she finds. A board like this, like I mentioned, the difference in these deck lists, these Breath of Infinites kind of coming in here, but they don't do anything against these dormant minions. Which is just really going to allow Ande Fern to keep a board, right?
Right. Like now you can see that the imp becomes active.
Yeah.
Galakrond's Wick gets a chance to go off again. You got a High Priestess. High Priest Ahmet here.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not bad at all. That is definitely the kind of board that Priest is looking for to start generating some value and being able to hit the opponent in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to point out too, this High Priestess Ahmet being at that 4 attack is just absolutely insane, and kind of really forces Sanguine to use that Psyche split in order to clear it with a Shadow Word Death. So having to put 2 removals into it.
Yeah, but you get rewarded with a High Priest Ahmet of your own, able to give each minion that you put on board 11 health. And now, Holy Nova, not going to save you here. I feel like this might be a decent turn to, use the Septic Veil Weaver and use the Shadow Word Death. Yeah, sure, you got to get through 111, but that's not really going to be threatening too much damage. You've seen most of the big buff spells come through from Sanguine's side.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. And this Mass Resurrection pickup from Andy Fern too feels huge. We did see Sanguine clear with the Breath of Infinite and did clear some small things, so there is a chance that the Mass Res can kind of whiff a little bit and bring back some small things, but that Mass Resurrection feels huge to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely looks and feels super good. But there's a Galakron that is fully invoked on the side of Sanguine, and it's been a while since I've gotten to see that coming out from a priest. But here it is, and what a perfect time to use it. Not only do you get 5 armor, but you're also able to clear off the entirety of Andifern's board. And Andifern goes back to square one in terms of redeveloping that board where you're starting to run out of cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, like I mentioned, with those generating minions, Sanguine is now kind of caught up with that hero power and is able to start generating a minion every turn on her side now too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of feels like it's coming at just the right moment. Remember, like we saw those choices come through in terms of the route that Sanguine wanted to take, and the long game is definitely the route that we seem to be going for here, which is such an impressive level of play from Sanguine. Just kind of recognizing the state of the game and going, okay, this one's going to take a while, right? And this is what I need to prepare myself for the end game. So I really like that play coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Andy Fern here just kind of trying to get on board, just playing some stats and hoping that it sticks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not just that. You're also kind of like, you can't play everything that you want to at the same time. You have the Mass Resurrect in hand, you have got the Psychopomp as well now, and then you also have the Skeletal Drake, which is definitely something that can help you to start generating more minions for yourself. So it's definitely not over yet, but ooh, another High Priest Ahmet here. Murasant.
Yeah. This is one of those times you really wish that played those battle cries, because that ooze coming down the previous turn would actually just take out the weapon, but now it doesn't.
Oh, that's so sad.
So, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think this ends up being a Murasant turn then. I think she just goes with something else. Oh, there's one of those small minions that I mentioned could be coming out earlier. Not really the best there, but just getting on board with something.
Well, but here's an interesting interaction. Because Sanguine drew the Galakron naturally, the Kronks is still in hand. And it is now active to do something fun and interesting.
And the use of the word fun might vary depending on which player is looking at that coming down on the board. That could create a big swing, though, for sure. I wonder if you don't play it out for an 8/8, though, just because the threat of, like, Shadow Word Death or a soul mirror or something like that. But
Mm-hmm.
does it have to be used for a deal 5 to everything else on board? That doesn't feel great either.
No, but the Breath of the Infinite is a way to kind of deal with this board. Yeah, I would say get rid of the 5/4 right now. That's probably the biggest threat, and wait until you're going to be able to get the full value from the Death Rattle to just heal yourself up for 5. But Penance. You get off of the Sethek Veil Weaver. Ooh, that's pretty good. I'd say Power Word Shield is a pretty good card to draw, especially when you're looking at kind of giving minion the buff.
Yeah, I mean, it does add a little bit more health and just make it a little bit more awkward for Sanguine to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
That Holy Ripple. Yeah, just really cleans up the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of the perfect thing to draw in order to get the clean clear. And as the tides change, so does the state of the game. Sanguine looked like they were in the driver's seat for the last maybe 5 to 6 turns, but Andifern kind of feels like they've wrestled that back.
I just want to point out again this minion, or not the minion, but the mana discount on these cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're at the point where each player has 10 mana, so that might not be as much of a concern necessarily. But if you take a look at Andifern's hand, see 7 mana, 8 mana, 9 mana, but the hand for Sanguine is just so cheap. Even that Kronk is only costing 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's going to make it a little bit harder for Andifern to play around some of that stuff.
Yeah. Ooh, I like this Murazon turn, though.
Yeah.
Sandhope Waterbearer ends up being so good here. Hits the right minion, too. That's the minion that you want. Get the Fate Weaver back up to full.
I feel like Sanguine has to go for Soul Mirror. Mass Dispel. Soul Mirror would clear a lot as well off this board, but...
Yeah, I guess the Murazon still stays in 8/8, so...
I think, what did it still say in 8/8? I think it would just copy exactly what's on the board.
No, sorry, I was thinking about the silence.
Silent. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, the silence. Yeah. It just doesn't feel like it does enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the take of the Shadow Word there, but almost none of it does quite enough. There's still just so much damage on board.
We give her to 10 with that Shadow Word death. That's definitely going to be helpful. Get a chance with the Shadow Madness to steal the 2/2, but that is still 14 damage on board. And this is where I feel like it would be maybe a good skeletal turn, or you can Grave Runes, see what Galakrond's Wit's gonna give you. Oh man.
I like this ordering as well.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing what minion you find and then seeing what spell, because either way you can still play that Skeletal Dragon, you can still play the Grave Runes, but just doing those couple of random generated effects first and seeing what you get in case it changes the game plan. Very good sequencing there.
Absolutely. And now, just like that, Sanguine is at 13 health, staring down 16 damage. I'm just trying to look for answers, and I really don't see any.
much. Really just kind of have to, again, use some random effects here. That hero power. I don't even know what she could find, though, with the hero power. Gonna have to go for the Kronks to try to clear some of these minions, but it still leaves so much damage on the board.
Mm-hmm.
She still has the penance to clear as well. Ooh,
Has to take that to the face too. That's
yeah.
that doesn't feel super good.
That did not turn out too badly, though. You really cleared almost the entire board, got a 6/6 of her own, and basically healed for 2 from where she started.
So many options here. You could Cycle Pump, Henge Clan, plus, or you could just kind of go for the Mana Saber. I don't mind this. Oh,
Yeah.
especially because you've got the Chaplain too to give +2 health to the Escape Mana Saber. That's a good turn.
It's Thought Steal.
Oh, that's a Soul Mirror.
Yeah, Soul Mirror and a Psyche split, which also tells Sanguine that there's still a Soul Mirror and Psyche split to come from Andy Fern as well. So kind of scary. All right. Does have a dragon in hand with that Aeon Reaver, so gonna try to go for this kind of sneaky board clear with these death rattles.
Ooh, another skeletal.
So Andy Fern just got the news from that death rattle going off that there is a dragon in hand. Now a matter of how she wants to take the rest of this turn.
A Cycle Pump is so important.
Yeah, I think
It just feels so pivotal.
Yeah, and I think that the reason why she held back with playing it there is, like I mentioned, that she just saw that death rattle go off. So that second death rattle on board just clears the Psycho Pump and potentially the other minion that comes from the Psycho Pump as well. So I do kind of like this instead. Just put something big out and, again, generate more stuff and see what you get, and hope that it's enough. But looking at the deck size, they are both just so low. It's definitely going to go to fatigue, and Andy Fern just holding on to that health total there right at 30.
Yeah. Andy Fern in that case definitely has a leg up over Sanguine, especially because we've seen so many healing resources already come through from Sanguine's side that this Apotheosis is kind of one of the last little bits there that can come through. But, oh man, that is quite a bit of damage, which is a lot of healing for Sanguine. And now it kind of becomes like, at the end of games like this, it heavily becomes, what are you drawing off of Galakrond's wit? And is it going to be enough to push you over the finish line? Because that ends up being the game plan now.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I really find interesting with that last turn too is playing and using that Aeon Reaver, remove the dragon from hand as well for Sanguine. So if this death rattle goes off, there won't be damage going out on the board. But I really like this. And the sequencing as well. Again, start with that hero power, see what she finds, attacking for that extra mana, and then basically got an 11 mana turn there.
Yeah, I like the Katrina Muerte pickup too. That there's so much renewal in Andifern's hand right now. You've got the Skeletal Dragon. You've got Katrina Muerte. You have the Psychopomp. There's so many ways now that you can kind of refresh your board, where I feel as though Sanguine is almost running out of answers. I didn't even see the Nithog pickup.
Yeah, that was generated from that skeletal dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I do want to mention these differences in what minions have been generated by that hero power, and I do feel like in terms of the strength and impact of the minions being generated by the hero power, it does feel like Andifern has hit those higher impact minions. And Sanguine just has kind of found some small stuff the last couple of hero powers, but
I agree with that, but the top deck's
yes,
pretty good.
And of course I have to be saying something that sounds really good, and then the top deck comes in and just blows that all up.
I mean, Murozond here would not be the worst thing to see. I think you still hero power to generate a minion off of Galakrond's Wit and then think about playing the Murozond here. But you capture... Well, you get a 5/5. Well, maybe not, actually. I don't actually think this is a good Murozond turn. You give too much value to Andifern. Andifern can use those 4/4 Drakes to just clear off the eggs.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You don't get any.
Well, and the fact that, again, the battle cries don't go off, so Nithog is
true.
actually a battle cry, so you just get the 5/5.
I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah.
That's not great.
And really, there's just no easy way either for Sanguine to deal with those. So those eggs are going to proc at the beginning of Andifern's turn here.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of damage.
Ooh. The Psyche splits on the rush. Yeah, there's 2 in hand as well. We could see them both come down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
I was just thinking that, and then that Nithog goes bye-bye. Very, very easily. And you just clear up this board so nicely here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I would say do it again.
Yeah. Just, I mean, this is a very similar to the Zixor Prime and Hunter, right? Kind of a buffed up Zixor Prime on this board now. Really just a ton of stats. And the minions, again, from Sanguine just haven't been very impactful. So they're small enough that Andifern really actually gets some great trades here, too. But that Soul Mirror from Sanguine might have something to say about this next turn.
Oh, yeah.
And another Soul Mirror.
And another, and another. Let's just look at the 3 Soul Mirrors that are in play right now. And I definitely think this is a good Soul Mirror turn. You have the ability to use your 1/2 to go ahead and make that a 6/6ing and get the easy trade. Yeah,
absolutely.
and use the one that's been sitting in your hand so that Andifern isn't or just the one that top decks. Yeah, now Andifern really doesn't know, because I believe that other Soul Mirror was created from Sethek Veilweaver. So just
that
not
one was
expecting
created by the that last Thought Steal.
Oh, well, it stands to reason it was still generated, so...
It was, yeah.
Andifern shouldn't be expecting it to come through.
And maybe with the kind of sequencing where Sanguine kind of started to play it out, and then pulled it back, and then played out the other one, maybe Andifern kind of thinks, what if that, what would she have wanted to play there, and then decided Soul Mirror. But, yeah. Ooh. This feels like a much better Murozond here. But out of taunt, start generating some dragons.
Absolutely. Yeah, but this ends up being a pretty good soul mirror turn for Andifern too. I don't really see like where you use it otherwise, knowing that like Sanguine is kind of at last resources. Oh man, Onyxia here could be huge.
Even the Nozdormu,
Nozdormu.
like either one, I think are pretty good, but maybe with that Katarina, that Katarina in hand, maybe the Nozdormu just not putting more, taking that instead. And
Good.
not putting more small things.
Good call. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you get a lot of 1/1 tokens from the Onyxia, so that would be
Yeah,
good.
and I mean, maybe that's not even going to like come into play here, but something to consider. Oof, these soul mirrors just back and forth every turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but look at how clean of a Holy Nova turn this is.
Yeah,
Oh
this
my
is,
gosh.
but 2 more dragons.
Yeah. But Holy Nova.
Oh yeah, the Holy Nova is looking really spicy here.
Oh, and you get one of the 4/4 rush.
With Reborn, it just
Mhm.
oh my gosh, that's amazing. That is definitely not a bad minion to generate from that Psycho Pump. Much better than the Lackey that came out earlier from one of those mass resurrections.
Well, what about the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza that just came through?
Yeah. I'd say that's a pretty high value right now, at this point in the game.
Yeah, agreed. We should talk about the nerf that actually came through to Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, though. It's same cost, same health and attack totals, but this time, if you have no duplicates, you get 2 dragons that cost 1 apiece. But Sanguine, at the end of the day, decides that they don't have enough to deal with the 7 damage on board and what might be in Andifern's hand, and just like that, the series is over. Andifern, our 2nd place winner from last week, gets a chance to move on again and secure even more points towards that Grand Championship October 3rd to 4th in California.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the series was well played by both of these. And even though Sanguine is out, still earning herself 15 points, and hopefully we'll get to see her come back in the next weeks. There's still 7 more weeks after tonight, so plenty of opportunity for her to get more points over the next several weeks.
Absolutely. But that's going to be it for the first series of the day. We're going to be moving into top 8 really shortly, but we're going to take a quick break before we get into that second game of the day, so don't go anywhere.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris,
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Everybody, we got started off on the right foot of the Supergirl Gamer Pro for the second week of Hearthstone by watching an incredible matchup between Sanguine and Andifern. Now we're going to be going over to the other side of the bracket where top 8 awaits us. Let's take a quick look at the bracket to show you what's on tap for the rest of the day. Dawn, where are we going next?
All right, so we do see a couple of names here that if you were with us last week, you should recognize, but looks like this week, for our top 8, we are going to be watching a game between Edelweiss and Trojanator, both of which we saw last week, and Edelweiss actually taking that basically first place championship spot last week to earn herself 100 points. And I think you mentioned Trojanator here has a past with the Supergirl tournament. You want to talk about that?
Oh, yeah, I do, because Trojanator not only has participated in 3 years of competition, but is our 2019 winner. So Trojanator and Edelweiss, this is a great series coming up next. You don't want to miss it. So that's why we're over here on this side of the bracket, because this is a championship match. Already in top 8, we are getting that as a treat.
Absolutely. And just to go over some deck lists really quick. Trojanator bringing a Highlander Hunter, a Galakrond Rogue with that secret package, and Warrior, which it looks like this time the Warrior has actually gotten banned out. So we will get to probably see some Hunter get played. And Edelweiss, we saw take a lot of games last week with her innovation and kind of additions to Priest, but not bringing Priest this week, surprisingly. Actually has a Highlander Hunter, a Highlander Paladin, which I am thrilled to see this. Paladin is my favorite class, so I am super excited to see something going on here. And also bringing a Galakrond Mutate Evolve Shaman, which actually ended up pulling the ban from Trojanator.
There are 2 deck lists that I think people would be pretty unfamiliar with, which would be the Paladin and the Shaman, classes that we've seen be pretty underrepresented in the last couple of metas. But that's not where we're starting. We're going to be starting this series off with a Highlander Hunter Mirror. But there's a couple of differences here in the deck lists. We've got Transfer Student for Trojanator. We have Toxic Reinforcements for Edelweiss. Yeah, you want to talk through some of these differences between these two deck lists, because there's quite a few.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to mention both of these women. I am so excited about this, by the way. I have been playing a deck just like this. On ladder, I was able to hit legend, and I've climbed like 1,500 or 2,000 rank with it. This is a Highlander hunter. Oh yeah, this is insane right now. And both of these women topping the deck list out at Dino Tamer Brand and Sayamat. There is no Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. There is no, nothing above this 7 mana. These are very aggressive lists, even though they are still Highlander. So very fast. And I think if they were expecting to see a lot of other hunters, I love that they brought this faster version, because it, in a matchup where you're expecting to see the kind of more typical version of Highlander hunter, this is definitely favored. So the fact that they brought this also speaks to the fact that both of these women were expecting to see Highlander hunter.
Well, now there's an interesting choice. Usually when you see Zephyrs on turn 2, you tend to pick up the wild growth. But in this scenario, Edelweiss felt it was more advantageous to pick up the spell. What, you know, talk me through why we see the random animal generator here for Edelweiss coming through.
Yeah, so like I just mentioned, this deck variant is much more aggressive. And when you're taking wild growth, you're really looking to generate that mana to jump up to a turn 5 type play. But these deck lists, because they're such low curve, really you have something to play every single turn. You're not looking for the ramp generation. You're looking to get something on board and try to push damage. So I really like her taking that animal companion there, just to generate another minion that Charginator has to deal with and potentially push extra damage if it actually rolls as Huffer.
Extra damage, but this time in its partners, that's going to be a Leok hitting the field. But I feel as though, even though these deck lists have been pretty much on the cheap side, we're seeing a lot of very kind of a top-heavy hand for Edelweiss right now.
Yeah, it is a little bit heavy there. Not ideal for what she's looking for, but that Dino Tamer Brand in hand, honestly, it's so good. And in the mirror match, if you can get that Brand down first before your opponent, I mean, it feels like you basically are just closing out the game. And your opponent, if they end up having Brand after you play the Brand, they generally have to trade. And that's not where they want to be sending that King Crush when it comes down. So even though the hand is a little bit clunky here for Edelweiss, it doesn't seem like a bad hand at all. She has a lot of tools to be able to answer some stuff here. And speaking of being able to answer, this Rotnest Drake from Trojanator doesn't feel that bad to me. I don't mind it. Like, making a trade with the 2/1 Og Merchant and then just clearing the board with the Rotnest and putting a bunch of power on your side of the board is really nice. But maybe she's a little bit worried about Edelweiss having her own Rotnest to come back.
Yeah, that would be a concern. Absolutely. But I believe Edelweiss isn't running a Rotnest Drake. That's one of the changes, one of the differences, one of the many differences between these two decks.
Oh yeah, it does look like she has that Evasive Worm and no Rotnest. I do love the ordering here from Charginator as well. Playing that Rotnest first, because if it clears that Leok, then actually it doesn't matter. The Og Merchant dies either way, so it doesn't make a difference there. But here's the power of that Evasive Worm coming through, guaranteeing which minion Edelweiss gets to clear.
Yeah, and this is an awkward turn for Trojanator. you kind of only can really play one dragon because of all the dragon activators in hand. So I do like that you're not going to float any mana with this choice. And Edelweiss is already down to 10 health. Dragonbane can be pretty useful here, though. At least being able to clear out the board.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that aggressive play from Trojanator. Here, being able to just play out the Saiyamat, clear the board, keep something, seems pretty solid. But, you know, again, I mentioned earlier Edelweiss having that Bran in hand. But even if that comes down, it's probably going to have to trade. So we might see Edelweiss reply with her own Saiyamat.
Wouldn't be too bad here. A couple of choices then. Do you play the Tiamat or do you play the Dino Tamer Bran? Both seem to be pretty good options, but I know you're trying to send that crush to the face. So Tiamat here maybe going to be the better answer. You can do the exact same battle cries, get the rush, get the divine shield, which is exactly what Edelweiss is going to do here. And that just really saves some face for now. Super cheap cards in the hand for Trojanator has that Zixor Predator in hand.
And the Zixor coming into hand is really interesting there because that now allows the draw from the Ingenuity to be the Diving Griffin, which is going to be 6 attack, which can trade into this here, but doesn't look like she's going to go for it. Oh, going for that prime chance, that just makes the next turn even better. I really like this.
Yeah, that was super, super well played. Ooh. Now you really have to think, can you afford to use the weapon? Do you just go wide on board with the fear of the Unleash the Hounds being an answer? It's a really, really tough call because you have to find a way to get rid of this fairy dragon.
Yep, and this finds a way to clear here. I don't even mind dropping that taunt just to, you know, try to maybe discourage Trojanator from playing her own Bran if she has a Bran in hand. You know, Edelweiss does know there's only 2 cards in hand for Trojanator, though, one of them being a rush minion that was just drawn last turn, so a little bit less that she kind of has to try to play around. So maybe she's a little less worried that Bran is actually in hand, and, you know, maybe it's not that bad to just try to push her own damage here.
I don't think it's bad at all.
Yeah.
There's 2 cards in the hand. What are the odds that the Dino Tamer is the last thing? Ooh, but the buffed up Zixor could pose a problem here. Counting how much damage is left.
Yeah.
3, 8, 11... 13 damage? You're just so close to lethal.
Yeah, I'm getting that same thing as well. Just not enough damage to be able to put out, or even drawing into that damage, not enough mana to be able to play it all.
Yeah, no ability to draw the Zixor Prime that got put into the deck either. And even then, that's not enough to stave off the amount of damage that's on board.
No.
Because, like,
And this might have to be a case where Bran comes out, but the trade?
Blazing Battle Mage, Faceless Manipulator? Can you get rid of... You can get rid of one that saves you for a little bit here. You still hold on to your combo of Dino Tamer.
Oof. This is just so close still as well from Trojanator having lethal. 1 damage off.
No,
and finds it.
Yeah. Finds it with the Desert Spear. I was going to say, wait a minute, that's a weapon in hand, and That is just enough to get an exact lethal with the hero power and the last Sixer Prime that Edelweiss was not able to clear off of the board. And Trojanator takes an early game 1 lead in this series with some outstanding level of play coming out from both players. It's kind of what you expect to see from the 2019 winner and the winner from week 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, this very fast version of Highlander Hunter. I mean, Highlander Hunter already over the course of it being around can just put out so much damage so quickly, but this variant as well just eliminates that top end. And I think if we had seen either of the players bring that kind of more traditional with a Grand Slam or Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, if those had been in hand, they would have just been dead cards anyways, because we can see, Edelweiss was still a 9 mana, and on the turn 10, the game was closed out. So those cards could have potentially, maybe, I don't even think a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza could have done anything for Edelweiss there. She would have had to play it out with that nerf like you just mentioned, only not creating 0-cost cards anymore. So that deck is just so aggressive right now, but Trojanator taking that first game with it and now queuing up that secret Galakrond rogue here.
I think Edelweiss is going to have to do some mulliganing.
Yeah.
I was just looking at how expensive that hand was, and I was like, I don't think that's quite what you want for the Paladin. But I'm really excited about seeing the Highlander Paladin. I know it's one of your favorite classes. It's a class that I'm very interested in as well. And you're off to such a riveting start when you've got your choice of using the Imprisoned Songil or that Mummy.
Yeah, absolutely. This hand for Edelweiss looking very nice. Lots of things to play on curve here. And from Trojanator's side, though, also some pretty low-cost stuff. Not looking too bad from either side.
Not too shabby from either side. Able to play on curve, which is kind of the most important thing. And if Edelweiss decides to play one of these smaller minions, then there's an activator in hand for the Evil Miscreant for Trojanator next turn 2 with the Backstab. So this Zephyrus is going to be such a prime target for that Backstab if that is what gets played.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, we see Edelweiss 2 games in a row playing out this early Zephyrus. Just getting on board early with it. And I don't mind it, especially with these kind of faster type decks that she's running. It seems to really just kind of fit the curve, fit that tempo, get on board game plan.
Yeah, but there's the play I was talking about, the Backstab plus the Evil Miscreant. You get the combo effect. But this is where it starts to get interesting. Yeah, let's see you coin out this Felfin Navigator, because boy, was that such a good choice for what's on board right now. We talked about how the priest doesn't necessarily always have ways to deal with a wide board. Well, neither does the rogue in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and I really like that play from Edelweiss as well, because not only does it just put even more stats on board, but continues the trend of just going wide. And Rogue generally has a hard time dealing with wide boards. So Trojanator now has to decide how to kind of take these minions out one by one.
Ooh. The buff from the Titanic Lackey, though, that puts a bit of a dent into the plans until you realize that there's a Murloc War Leader that is ready to take the reins, and that is going to be a lot of damage very, very early on that Trojanator is going to have to find a way around. But turn 5, that Shield of Galakrond looks so, so good, especially at stopping some of this damage coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Oof.
Oh, and the Praise Galakrond? That might be even better, actually. you don't have enough damage to deal with both, but what's worse, the war leader or the minions on board, the tinier Murlocs that are just going to kind of continue to do damage?
Yeah. Ooh, I really like this too, just deciding to use out this preparation, because if she doesn't find a lackey that's helpful here, then she can just go for the Praise or the Shield of Galakrond, excuse me. So I like that, just using it now. But ooh, finding this Kobold lackey for this 2 damage, that's kind of enticing as well.
Absolutely, because then you can play the Micro Mummy.
Yep. And
Yeah, I think this is better.
Yeah, I like this a lot. And then getting rid of that War Leader as well is going to decrease the attack damage of all the rest on board, so... Ooh. I'm wondering if she could have used that 1/1 there into the War Leader and taken 1 less damage by trading in into a 2/1 with the dagger.
Oh, especially because you take a look at the top deck that Edelweiss just got.
Yeah.
Oh man, that extra 2 health is just so good. I love Murlocs. I'm a big Murloc fan.
Yeah. Seems like people either love or hate the fish.
Yeah,
Love 'em or hate 'em.
that's true. It's quite polarizing, isn't it? But yes, I'm a fan.
Yes. This is a really interesting choice too, because the Skyfin really just continues to go wide, which again, is just really good against Rogue. They just don't have a lot of ways to deal with the wide boards. But a Murger and the Seer is not bad either.
I guess it depends on whether or not you think that there's a good answer in
Right.
Trojanator's hand for this.
another random War Leader.
Yeah, it's like, well, you got rid of 1. Can you get rid of a second? That's
Yeah.
a good question. I like the clear here.
Yeah.
Oh, but the backstab coming into hand right now is just so perfect.
These
Might not even need
draws
to
from
use
both. All right, discover a spell. Might have been hoping for another ping lackey there, another Kobold lackey. This is really interesting too. Trojanator is really kind of being very conscious about making these trades with her dagger and trying to just push a little bit of damage each and every turn. And I think I really like this, because there's not really a lot of healing or taunts or anything like that for the Paladin, especially running all of these Murlocs. And we already saw Edelweiss play out that Zephyrus early on for the backstab tempo play, so not a lot of healing potential from that either. That's gone.
Yeah. But I feel like Trojanator is kind of running low on fuel.
Yeah.
Sure, you have the ways to kind of buff up the Galakrond. You've got a lot of invokes coming through, so that Galakrond's going to be mighty beefy by the time that you get to it. But these choices.
That Grommash for next turn does not look bad. But also, oh my gosh, we see it! The Belrug! It's never played!
That is spicy.
Ooh, and this Alex Straza. Dropping an 8 and 9 mana, power plays does not seem bad.
No, it doesn't. Oh my goodness.
That Betrug, oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude, I was going to say,
yeah.
I'm a big fan of this. I kind of want to see it happen. But, what I said about Trojanator kind of running low on resources is kind of the same for Edelweiss as well. Where if you get rid of this board, that's kind of it. But, oh man, the extra 2 health for everything is going to be super, super sticky.
Yeah, and I do think that this wide board is just going to make things really tricky for Trojanator, even with these really cool kind of turn 8 and 9 plays,
Mhm.
it's just not going to be quite enough, I don't think, to keep up with this board.
Oh, do you shadow step the Kobold Lackey to get rid of the...
Something. I think you have to.
Yeah.
There's just way too much damage on board. And doing it this way also makes it a little bit more awkward for Edelweiss to try to get through the taunt. Because that dragon was at that 5 attack point, it just made a very nice trade into the taunt. And now this is a little bit awkward, and Edelweiss is going to have to make multiple trades in, which just slows that damage down even further.
But the ordering of that was really, really nice for the Divine Shields. Get rid of the Divine Shield that already exists, make sure you have another, and then how do you deal with this board again?
Yeah.
Good question that needs to be answered. And, well, Flick Skyshift might be a really flashy card that's probably not quite what you're looking for here.
I don't think so. I don't think it removes enough. I mean, it's better than either of the other plays, I think, because even if she goes for an Alex Strauss, even on her own face, there's just enough damage on board anyways. So it's kind of pointless, but this is, what, 10 damage on board? 1 off?
Yeah, even if you had one more Murloc,
yeah,
that would have been the exact lethal from the Tidal Fin. So now you kind of have, or you're kind of forced to go for the clears here. See what Dragon Queen Alex Strauss is going to draw you for your next 2 turns, and kind of some low rolls there, if I'm being honest.
And I don't see a way out of this here for Trojanator. I think this is going to be a game win for Edelweiss. We're going to go to a game 3. Whew.
Yeah, even with the damage presented on board, that is plenty enough for Edelweiss to secure the second game win. So game 3 it is. And that leaves us with a Highlander Hunter versus this Galakrond Rogue matchup between Edelweiss and Trojanator.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, because this format is a best of 3 conquest with a ban, they each brought 3 decks, banned 1 out, and have to get a win with each 2 of the decks that are remaining. So we did just see each of them pick up a win there. And I'm not sure. This is going to be a really interesting game, I think, to see how this pans out, because Edelweiss's Highlander Hunter is this more aggressive version. Then I think it's going to do a little bit better against Rogue than Highlander previously has. It can go a little bit wider on board. It can get out on the board earlier. But I think one thing it's going to struggle with is if Trojanator can find this Shadow Jeweler Hanar and Secrets, because that just makes things really awkward for the Hunter to have to try to play around all of the secrets.
Having to pass early does not feel super good. When you are the rogue. And even here, there really isn't a fantastic answer. You could coin out Evil Miscreant. That does give the Miscreant the combo effect. But with the Fairy Dragon coming out so early, you can't target that down with a spell.
Yeah. Feels a little bit awkward. Double Ethereal Lackey here. Going to be generating some spells. Might not be exactly what Trojanator was looking for at this point, though. Could have really used a Kobold Lackey there. Interesting. I wonder if it might just be the Vendetta here to just try to clear some stuff.
I was gonna say if you're trying to think about it, but the Togwaggle Scheme is an interesting choice.
It is. I don't mind it.
Now what do you do though?
I mean, she can
Did you just play
take more
Secret?
damage. Yeah, I know. I feel like it's a decision between a secret or just dagger and kill off that. Gotta get rid of this dragon.
Mm-hmm. But the key, the Highlander Hunter deck, which is the reason why we saw it get banned out in our first series, is the consistency, and especially when you take a look at this lower curve style of Highlander Hunter that has come through from a lot of our players, and yourself included. It just ends up being such a fantastic curve and ends up being very, very difficult to deal with. I almost say pick Eviscerate here. But Shadow Step was super powerful.
Yeah. And the tricky thing is that Eviscerate, there's so many dragons especially that just have that can't be targeted effect, which makes Eviscerate a little bit more difficult to use. But also picking up the Shadow Step can make this Edwin this turn really amazing. And we talked about in that first game with the mirror match that Edelweiss is also not running a Rottnest Drake in her list, which also makes the Edwin even more appealing. Yeah, I love this. Just go all in on this Edwin.
Yeah, that does put a damper on quite a few of Edelweiss's plans. Not having the Rottnest Drake does make this a much more difficult task. Would even like to see an Unleash the Hounds come through just for the number of small minions. It makes that card so valuable, but this Zixor might be helpful. Is that enough damage? That's only 9 damage.
Yeah, it's
and you can't play the
kill command
either.
Yeah. She kind of has to just pick one or the other to be able to play. It might just be worth playing one of those and value trading into a 1/1, but then the thought of what if that secret is a bamboozle? And I think she might be considering that as well. Because actually attacking into the Edwin, if it is bamboozled, is actually... It has a very high chance of bringing out a minion that's going to be lower stats than that 12/12, even though it's upgrading it to a minion that costs 3 more. But that's just one of those interesting interactions with the Edwin.
Oh, and there's the bamboozle.
She goes for it. Yep. Ooh.
Well, that's better than a 12/12.
It is, yes. It's much more manageable now.
Much more, for sure. Now the kill command can be incredibly useful here to just go ahead and clear that off.
Absolutely. We see the Seal Fate picked up, which, again, just can't be used unless Trojanator wants to use it on her own minions. Which doesn't
an incredibly
feel like a good
reactive hand.
Yeah.
That's still quite a bit of damage getting pushed, though, by Trojanator.
Yeah, it really is. And I do wonder, if thinking about all of these can't be targeted minions also contributed to Trojanator wanting to take that Togwaggle scheme, and also having the Togwaggle and the Kronks in hand as well that can be paired with it. I think that was just a better pickup than taking that Vendetta that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, for sure. And I, you know what? I really like the Acidic Swamp Ooze here. Because it ends up really pressuring Trojanator for... Like, you would have liked to have that extra bit of damage, I think. So now what do you do? Oh, do you just Togwaggle here? I think you do.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. And I think, Trojanator can grab this wand if she wants. She can... honestly, maybe even take the crown and just go for board, but I like taking the wand, and then she's just going to clear the board.
But Bran...
Yeah, the classic 7-mana 8/8 crush coming down, classic. Been around for forever, it feels like. All right.
Oh, but the Shield of Galakrons?
Ooh, that questing too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was not bad. I think Trojanator really would have also liked to actually pick up Galakron itself.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not a bad find either. She can really do a lot here. And just getting a taunt out on the board is something.
You could even just get rid of Crush.
Yep.
Right now.
Absolutely.
And still play the Shield of Galakron too. That might have been an early push for damage by Edelweiss, and one that might get punished.
It might, but looking at Edelweiss's hand, I just think she had to go for it. And that's the top end as well of the deck. So, I mean, she's going to draw something to play every turn now from the rest of the game going forward. So I don't mind her play at all. And setting this up, she has that kill command in hand. A kill command in hero power is already 5 unless she finds a beast, and then it's just lethal. So
that's true.
I do like her pushing that this turn, but Trojanator able to find some stuff here that gets her a little bit back on board and tries to prevent Edelweiss from winning.
Yeah, that is 14 damage plus the hero power is 15, so you can't just let things live unless you have the lethal. And no beast. So now you have to think of a plan B.
Yeah, because without that beast, like I said, it's only 5 damage with that kill command hero power, so now she's got to figure out another plan. And I mean, playing out this evasive worm and trading does kill off the Shield of Galakron. Then there's 2 mana left over. What do you do? Just a hero power? Try to set up for the lethal next turn? But there's so many cards in hand from Trojanator that, I mean...
yeah, that questing adventurer becomes real sticky real fast.
Yeah, exactly. And it might just not be enough here. Gonna go for the board.
7, that's 10 damage. You've got the hero power, you've got Praise
12,
Galakron,
13.
which gives you 12.
I mean, this is just maybe play a bunch of small stuff here and
Titanic
and
Lackey
kill
gives you a 13.
Yep.
I mean, and then you've got enough mana to get the last bit of damage. That's going to be it. Edelweiss has done the math like we have, and Trojanator takes the game, takes the series, and gets a chance to move on to our top 4.
Absolutely. So, again, just incredible play from both sides there. And we talked about it kind of at the top of the show. I love that we got to see some Hunter in action. It was really interesting seeing a warrior ban and a shaman ban and leaving these hunters up just because, again, and with these lists too, they're just so strong. But yeah, Trojanator just proving time and time again how great of a player she is and why she has done so well in the past, and she just continues to do so. So I cannot wait to see her hopefully continue on even from the top 4. And again, Edelweiss wrapping up some more points. She took that first place last week, getting 100 points, and then getting even more points, another 25 this week, being in top 8. So, yeah, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this could have easily been a grand final for a week, especially given the level of caliber of players. Every match that we've seen so far has been close and just really, really exciting to watch. And guess what? We have more to come for you. But before we go to our quick break, let's take a chance to thank our sponsors, Zenny Gaming, Nissan, the United States Air Force, the United States Marines, and GameStop. GameStop is the world's largest video game retailer with the best selection of games, consoles, and accessories. The retailer is also proud to offer esports fans a wide variety of high-performance accessories, specifically for consoles and PC to meet the needs of competitive gamers like our players in the Supergirl Gamer Pro. So thank you so much to our sponsors for making this happen. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will have our top 4 for you. We'll see you on the flip side.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
Let's get it back.
everyone, and welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Nekra, joined by Dragon Rider, and we've already walked you through 2 series. So we're at halftime, which is the top 4 already for week 2. If you're new and you don't know what Supergirl Gamer Pro is, well, we're here to tell you. Supergirl Gamer Pro is a competitive video game series dedicated to supporting women in gaming. And one of the greatest things about that is just providing an opportunity to all of these amazing women that have been playing in our tournament bracket so far that you can get a chance to see on the screen already. And Dawn, because we're in top 4, it means we're going to be walking through a semifinal match next.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like next up we are going to be watching Trojanator versus Nacil. And Trojanator, we have watched through this previous match. We've seen last week. She is a returning champion of the Supergirl Gamer Pro series. Definitely a strong competitor. And for those who may not know as well, Nacil, also a very strong competitor. And she is also a caster herself. Mm-hmm. So she has also done a lot behind the desk, just like we have. So putting herself in the tournament spot, she actually also, I believe she was also playing in the Masters Tour not just the qualifier. She qualified and competed in the Masters Tour that happened this weekend as well. So very high caliber players here. And I'm excited to see them head off into each other and see how this matchup goes.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, especially because when we talk about how to prepare for a tournament right after we do see balance changes come through or a new expansion come through, a lot of people see those aggressive combinations first or those aggressive lineups first. And I don't really feel like when we're taking a look at the lineups from Trojanator and Nacil that we're really straying away from that formula.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we can kind of mention it. I'm not seeing a ban come through yet, so hopefully we'll get those in just a moment as the players put those through. But again, we just saw Trojanator on screen, but with that kind of faster Highlander Hunter, she brought Warrior, which was previously banned out, and that Galakrond secret Rogue. And again, from Nacil here, also looks like bringing a Rogue, Hunter, and Warrior lineup. And looking at the Highlander Hunter deck, it is that kind of more standard list that I was talking about earlier, still running Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and running in the Grand Slam, running the kind of Frizz as well. We've been seeing these changes a little bit to Highlander Hunter, especially in the Masters Tour that was happened this weekend. Frizz, Kindle Root, and Evasive Worm kind of being put into the list. So a little bit interesting there, kind of just generating a lot of value, discounting all of the dragons with Frizz there. Could potentially be making Dragon Queen Alexstrasza 7 mana, which can definitely have an impact there when the dragons that it generates are now costing 1 instead of 0. So I'm curious to see if we do get to see this Highlander Hunter from Nacil here, because I'm not sure with Trojanator's lineup, she might leave that up thinking that her Hunter is favored.
I kind of wonder whether or not it's the Warriors that get banned in these lineups, especially when you take a look at the bans that we got a chance to see in our second series. It was Warrior, and the Warrior decks are just, they're so consistent that I feel like that's kind of what's going to get hit with the ban. But before we get into that, and while we wait for those bans to come through, Dawn, there are ways that you can get involved in the Supergirl Gamer Pro series yourself. Let's talk about the fact that this is a weekly tournament series, 9 weeks long, leading up to the championships that are October 3rd to 4th in San Diego, California, and it's completely free to register. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Completely free. Each week is its own tournament, so these women can sign up each and every week for these individual tournaments. They don't have to compete every week, but there is that option open to compete in as many of the 9 weeks overall as they want to and earn these points.
And the point system is what gets you to that championships. And we've been talking about points just a little bit, but for those of you that don't know, there is 15 to 100 points on the line for 1st through 16th place. If you place 9th through 16th, then you get 15 points. 5th to 8th is 25. 3rd to 4th is 50. 2nd place is 75 points. And 1st place is 100. And that's exactly how you qualify for the championships in San Diego, California. It's by accumulating those points and being in those top spots to earn yourself that ability to play in the championships there.
Yeah, absolutely. So just competing every week, it is a single elimination bracket each week. But again, like you mentioned, there's points even if you get knocked out after your first match. So if you are interested in doing this, go to the website and get registered. Everything is through Battlefy and through Discord. There's tons of places to find information in addition to the website as well. So get on Twitter, Discord, all of the places, follow, find where you can get this information. And actually, even in the Discord and through the Twitter, you can also talk directly with the tournament admins and all of the kind of production people behind this team, which I think is really amazing as well, that it's a really kind of cool, welcoming environment that these women, maybe they don't have a lot of tournament experience, and this could be one of their kind of first forays into tournament play. So it's a really welcoming environment that they can feel comfortable kind of reaching out to tournament admins, reaching out to other players, and connecting that way, as well as now that the format here has changed to a Conquest 3-deck 1-band format, that is the exact same format that the Masters Tour qualifiers use. So this is also a really good opportunity for some of these women to kind of get experience if they don't have any, or just kind of get more tournament experience to be able to translate that over to Masters Tour qualifier events and feel a little bit more comfortable playing in those tournaments there.
Absolutely. We have a lot of new faces for this week's tournament, and hopefully there will be more to come. As Dawn mentioned, you can go over to the website, which is www.supergirlgamerpro.com. Check out all of the games that we have competitions for. So maybe it's not just Hearthstone that you're interested in, but you are, a mid laner for League of Legends, or you are the best Counter-Strike global offensive player in the world, but we want to see you in action. And Dawn also mentioned the Discord, which is a great way to find teammates if you are playing League or playing CSGO and you're trying to find some teammates to help, carry you through the ranks of these tournaments, then that's one way that you can do that as well. And then Facebook and Twitter at SG Gamer Pro. That is SG Gamer Pro. Go follow us there so you can get in on all of the action. But we also have some sponsors to thank, because without them, this wouldn't be possible at all.
Absolutely. So we have multiple sponsors here, which, just sometimes even finding one sponsor, I feel like, is difficult. So the fact that there are so many, this is incredible to me. But Nissan, Air Force, Zenny, the U.S. Marines, and GameStop. And it's incredible to have these sponsors. And like you mentioned, without them, this just wouldn't be possible to the extent that it is. And giving these women the chance to do this and empower them. And I think that's really one of the things here with some of the sponsors, is just giving women that opportunity to feel empowered and to really do something that maybe they wouldn't otherwise be able to. Just like with the U.S. Marines, prove that you can face any challenge, make an impact, become part of something bigger than yourself.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that I really love about the Supergirl Gamer Pro series, is that the mission and importance of supporting more women in gaming is something that you can always get behind. So spread the word, tell your friends. But we're here to also tell you, Dawn, there's some bans that have come through for this semifinal match between Trojanator and Nysil, and who would have guessed it's the Warriors that have gotten banned?
Necker, I think you might have guessed that. So good call there. Yeah, these Warriors being banned. I did want to mention as well, for Trojanator, we didn't get to see it because it was banned previously, but it is actually that egg warrior, whereas Nysil is bringing that that same version of warrior that we saw previously from one of the other players with that wrench caliber Galakrond package. But
Yeah.
with those being banned, we're going to jump into this first game here with a rogue and a hunter matchup, which I feel like we kind of just saw.
Yep. Yeah, this looks pretty familiar, except the script is flipped just a little bit. Trojanator, though, running the Galakrond Rogue, and Nysil with that Highlander Hunter. But you mentioned something about the Highlander Hunter a little bit ago about how it's a little bit different than the Highlander Hunter that Trojanator is running.
Right, so Nysil is running the more standard list, I would say, the kind of more prevalent and tried and true, if you would deck list of the Highlander Hunter. But yeah, Trojanator running that more aggro variant. But I'm not sure here. This hand from Trojanator looking slightly clunky to me against Hunter here. Maybe actually can get some value off of these Seal Fates the next couple turns. Nysil not running quite as many of the evasive stuff, and especially the early evasives like we saw from Edelweiss. So probably we'll actually get some more value off of those.
Yeah, Seal Fates so early, just able to invoke this Galakrond. And when you're looking at the early cards that the Highlander Hunter are able to run, particularly in like the Blazing Battle Mage, even this Dwarven Sharpshooter, the Seal Fates become so important in terms of just controlling the board and really not allowing Nysil to snowball out of control.
Absolutely. And talking about snowballing, this Frizz coming into hand is a pretty interesting pickup here, because Nysil can actually just coin that Frizz out, and all of the dragons in the deck will now be 2 cheaper. It'll be 2 mana less every time that she draws one, which can generate a lot of value here if she's able to draw those dragons over the next mid to late game.
Ooh. Yeah, those dragons are super, super impactful. Like, you've got your... I kind of am looking at like the Bone Wraith as kind of the... Well, actually, that's not. The Evasive Feywing. The Evasive Feywing, the Rotnest Drake, the Evasive Worm, Varanus. Those are some of the big ones that you can kind of look at.
Yeah.
And the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza that's coming into hand.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I believe it only discounts dragons in the deck. So these won't get discounted if they're being in hand. It's kind of a little bit unfortunate here for Nysil to have all of these dragons in hand with wanting to play that Frizz. I'm not... Is this a point where she just forgets about the Frizz and tries to just go in on the dragons here?
Or you just play the Frizz anyway and go ahead and just kind of devalue whatever is left in the deck, because there's still quite a few dragons that are in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the minions on board from Trojanator weren't very threatening or impactful anyways, so coining into a Rot Nest, not very necessary there. Playing out the Frizz, you still get something on board, but it does allow this Seal Fate to come down now. And a trade, or even just a hit from the dagger, if Trojanator wants to.
Well, that was a characteristic that we saw in our series prior. The Trojanator isn't really afraid to use the charges on that Wicked Knife to actually get rid of some of these pieces on board. And especially when you take a look at just the ability to also use the lackeys that are in hand. You've got 2 goblin lackeys, so not a bad way to kind of deal with that. And the Titanic Lackey actually put that Evil Miscreant just over that health total that you can get that clean clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great lackeys and use of the lackeys, and ended up taking a lot less damage to face there. But now Nysil here could use those Rot Nest. Just clears a 1/1, no matter which way you slice it. But the Zephyrus pickup is a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
It's not quite as impactful. And, I think one thing that we kind of saw that ended up working against Edelweiss was using that Zephyrus so early. So I like Nysil here, just kind of holding that back, just going for this bigger body on board.
Mm-hmm. I like it too. And I really like this answer from Trojanator. The Shield of Galakrond plus the Titanic Lackey makes this clear just a little bit more awkward, and actually even forces out the Dino Tamer Bran here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that coin Bran was probably going to happen no matter what. It just ended up having to trade into that minion, which saves Trojanator 8 damage to her face. So I do like that setup for sure. But now there's all of this damage and these big bodies on board. How does Trojanator answer this?
I don't mind Heist Baron Togwaggle. Let's see what treasure gets chosen. I would say Crown in this case is the best option. You might be able to get a Taunt Legendary just to be able to save some face, or maybe you get something with Rush or with Charge like King Crush. That could be super, super useful. But there's 8 damage on board that Trojanator is not going to be able to clear off of Nysil's board.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of damage still to leave up from Hunter, just because they have so much damage. But I'm not sure that we see enough damage here or enough mana to get this damage out from Nysil.
Is this...
Actually, is Wind Fury, yeah.
Wind Fury. Mm-hmm.
So again, just seeing the aggression and the power of that Hunter. And again, we mentioned this is the more typical, or I would say the more standard variant, except for we are now seeing that inclusion of the Frizz and Evasive Worms. But I feel like that's going to kind of become the standard for Highlander Hunter now after these nerfs. I'll be interested to see how this Highlander Hunter evolves over the next little bit as the meta changes around it, because Highlander Hunter has kind of become really popular. So now it's kind of the big bad guy in the meta, and people have to decide how they are going to play into it or play around it and what their answers are going to be. But yeah, Nysil taking that first game with that Hunter, and Trojanator has her own Hunter to bring, or the Rogue again, and now Nysil has only the Rogue left to win with.
But we've seen before that Rogue can get off to a pretty fast start as well, especially if you're able to get a 12-12 Edwin Van Cleef on board. That's definitely going to be a showstopper. So there's a lot of ways that I feel like the Rogue can still perform under this pressure of the Highlander Hunter. But you're right that you've got to respect the choice of bringing the Highlander Hunter. It makes it kind of a difficult ban decision. Do you go for the ban onto the Warrior? Do you go for the ban onto the Hunter? And I think that while the Warrior choice was definitely the right call here, it just means that you're playing a hard game. Take a look at this Trojanator going for the Highlander Hunter of her own, where Nysil is stuck with this Galakrond Rogue.
Yeah, we do see this questing adventure. That's a pretty interesting start. It serves a very similar function as Edwin, which you already mentioned, and we did see a huge Edwin in the previous series, but not going to keep it here. Going to try to find maybe some earlier stuff. The secrets coming into hand are pretty interesting as well. And finding that Blackjack Stunner can really do some work against Hunter and really just make them lose tempo.
Yeah, I mean, just having a 1-drop is just so powerful for the Rogue, especially when you know how consistent this Highlander Hunter can be. And even though you mulligan it away, you get the Questing Adventurer back anyway. So I really like that the Questing Adventurer is here as a big ploy a little bit later.
Yeah, definitely. And really interesting here that you kind of mentioned in that last series, Trojanator running this transfer student. And with this game board, it actually is going to have Reborn on that. So that's going to be a little bit annoying for Nycel to kind of try to deal with. What does she want to do here, though? I guess she just tries to go in on the secret. Maybe there won't be a minion coming down. I'm not sure if she wants that to trigger or not. I guess it's fine. Even if it does trigger, she does have the Dirty Tricks Stunner to follow up for turn 3, or just the Seal Fate, depending on what minion comes down.
Yeah, I think it's fine to trigger it early. You don't have any big threats that you're kind of looking at that ambusher as like, oh, this would be a very, very bad thing to pop right now. So you may as well go ahead and pop it early and try to find an answer to it, especially if you're going to allow your Dwarven Sharpshooter to live this turn, because I feel like the Reborn is just a little bit stronger. But
yeah, I love this play here from Nycel. Just taking control of this board. And again, especially, we keep bringing up the fact that this Highlander Hunter is a much more aggressive version. And the fact that Trojanator has really not gotten to stick a board, and it sounds so weird saying this, but it's turn 3, and it feels like Trojanator is already behind. Like, she has just not been able to put enough out. And that is just one aspect of how strong this Highlander Hunter can be, because it can get out on board so fast and so quickly, and she just hasn't been able to do that yet. So she's really going to have to use some of these resources here kind of in a different way than I think she has in the past.
I mean, think about the mulligan that Nycel was going for at the very beginning of the game. It was just kind of thinking about, how do I find those early answers to put the Highlander Hunter on the back foot? And this is kind of the result of that critical thinking that happened so early on.
Yeah. And I love here this use of finding another Rot Nest, which is already a pretty powerful card, and now using this Dragon Breeder, which I played a lot of the Dragon Breeder as well. Sometimes it just felt like a hit or miss, but when you can, copy a Rot Nest or even this Primordial, you're just getting yourself so much more value. So getting a Rot Nest from the Primordial and then getting a copy of the Primordial, a lot of value generation there for Trojanator, and those are definitely going to help her clear some of these things, exactly like this questing that we see on board.
That'll be super helpful. I'm kind of looking at Unleash the Hounds right now as just kind of a quick answer to the Taunt and the Titanic Lackey, but at the same time, you only have 5 mana to work with, so you've got to really pick and choose your battles, and I think hoping that you catch the right one, and that's not it.
No. And I mean, Nycel has done such an amazing job, too, of really trying to keep the board extremely awkward for Trojanator to deal with. Playing around and setting up boards exactly like that to make things like Rot Nest just almost useless if it doesn't hit the right thing.
Yeah, because you could even play out another Lackey here just in case to be able to just see whether or not you're gonna hit the next one.
And now Trojanator is just basically in the exact same spot as last turn, but now also facing down lethal potential. So if she goes for the second Rot Nest and doesn't hit that questing, it's just game over.
Doesn't hit it. It's the Shield of Galakrond that gets the ooze.
Oh my god.
And with this Goblin Lackey, plus you have all the other lackeys in hand, I'm pretty sure that's just lethal right here and now. Nycel taking a quick 2-0 over Trojanator. My goodness, was that a fast series.
Yes, very, very different than some of the matchups that we saw last week, and even in the very beginning of our bracket tonight. And, again, the first match that we saw, they didn't even bring hunters, right? Or they did bring it and got banned. Now we just see why so many people are kind of jumping on this Highlander Hunter here. Regardless of what version you play, it can still just put out a massive amount of damage, but that Rogue putting out even more damage than the Hunter, I think that's just like, what just happened? That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it all started out with a mulligan, though, from Nysil.
It did.
It really, really did. Like, we were kind of looking at that and said, well, maybe keep the questing adventurer, but you could really see the high-level thinking that was happening for Nysil, which was just, if I can eliminate the ability of the hunter to generate momentum, I win this game, especially if I get lackeys in my hand for early card generation and early draw for this questing adventurer when I get it in hand. So it was just really well thought out. I think that was really well done. And even if it wasn't the questing adventurer, Nysil had a really nice setup for a large Edwin Van Cleef too. So lots of really great things going in Nysil's favor there. But it wasn't just that that second game. That first game too, playing that more standard Highlander Hunter deck was just really well done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, that just kind of speaks to that level of play that Nysil is at. But it does look like, because that series was just so fast, we are actually going to be able to jump into our other top 4 match and go ahead and spectate Andafern and Linthesis here. So jumping in, it looks like we see a Hunter versus Paladin match already in progress here, a couple turns in. What do you make of these board states here, Necra?
Well, what I'm really excited about this particular matchup between Andafern and Linthesis is that we do see a Paladin. And this is not just any Paladin. This is a Murloc Paladin. This is different than what we got a chance to see coming out from the Highlander Paladin, where there's a lot more synergy with these cards in terms of just aggro, aggro, aggro. And it looks like Linthesis is off to a phenomenal start right now with being able to get these Divine Shields on board, clean up Andafern's, and just start whacking away at that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And, in general, kind of the same thinking as against Rogue. Hunter does tend to struggle against these wide boards. But picking up this Desert Spear and seeing this Varanus in hand might be pretty good to help clear up this board over the next turn or two and go right into that turn 7 Brand. But yeah, these Murlocs can be really pesky.
Oh, especially when you take a look at the Toxfin. You also have the War Leader. Like, I get really excited about this because, like, I'm actually like a big not only am I a big Murloc fan, but I play Murloc a lot. So, like, this is one of my favorite decks ever. So I actually understand this matchup really, really well. And my goodness, like, you even in this kind of situation, like, yeah, you trade so that you can keep your War Leader safe, but look at how much damage you're capable of pushing face. And oh my gosh, that Corrosive Breath, that could not have come in at a better time.
Yeah, absolutely. That will definitely help. And I am with you on this. Murloc Paladin has a very special place in my heart personally, because Murloc Paladin was actually the very first deck that I ever hit Legend with, like, several years ago. So, I love seeing this kind of come in and out. And I think Hunter is probably my highest win class. I just actually hit like 2,500 wins today. So this matchup is like so cool to see. I'm loving this, but it can be really tricky for the Hunter. Right? Because, again, these wide boards, and we see on turn 7, Andafern is already down to 10 health. But there are some tools here in her hand to try to get rid of this damage off of the board. And then there's only one card in hand for Linthesis. So how does she needs to really draw into something. Because if she loses the board, it's going to be really tough for her to get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You can run out of resources really, really quickly. So while this is a tricky matchup for the Hunter, it's a really, really tricky matchup for the Paladin as well. Where look at how little gas Linthus has now. You have to kind of win by turn 8. Otherwise, in this situation, you're giving up a lot of pressure and a lot of momentum to the Hunter or whatever is on the other side of the matchup that ends up kind of having more consistent damage. Like this Bran looks really good. The Stormhammer coming into hand. I even say sack the Zixor right now into the poison just to be able to get the Zixor Prime into the deck, and then Cavender's Ingenuity, just like that.
We've seen several buffed up Zixor Primes already tonight. This is a lot of damage going to be coming out. And I mean, both of these cards in hand from Andyfern, just powerful, powerful cards.
Yeah, for sure. But this is what we mean when we talk about the Murloc Paladin running out of gas. You're kind of in this position now that you can really only hero power and try to send as much damage as possible. But when you take a look at the deck itself, there isn't a whole lot of burst damage that can come through if you don't have a board.
Yeah, having a board is really important when you want to push damage from the board.
Yeah.
So, yeah, doesn't even play this Cold Light Seer out. Just in, I wonder if we're gonna just see a concede here. This might just close out the game, really, kind of the last damage in the coffin there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can play the Cold Lyseer. You can go ahead and get the Divine Shield from the Scale Lord, but even though you do have this damage on board, there's still 24.
More than enough.
Which is more than enough. Even go flashy with the Dino Tamer Bran if you really want to. But yeah, Linthus sees the end for this game 1. Andyfern takes it with the Hunter, and that brings us into a game 2. I'm glad we get a chance to see both semifinals.
I am too, and these. I think we're really also seeing the impact of two things here. First of all, the nerfs that went through, and also the change in the format. Even just that slight tweak of the ban or no ban. It's really allowing the players to kind of put together those decks that they want to target something in particular or not. So it just feels so different from last week. And I love that we're seeing such a variety of decks.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought we would get a chance to see a lot of Paladin? Like, that's not really an archetype that has kind of been a part of the meta for a little while. And to think that there are a lot of women in this tournament that are going for more aggressive lineups, I think that's a lot about, again, when we see these balance changes come through, we're seeing expansion come through, that's kind of the first thing that goes to everybody's mind is win fast, win hard.
Yeah, exactly. And, you and I kind of talked a little bit about this before the show, but yeah, every time that there is an expansion or nerfs, any kind of change to the meta, I think a lot of players in general just kind of tend to migrate towards the just whatever kind of aggressive things they can say or see first. Mm-hmm. And say, okay, I'm just gonna I see this aggro, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah.
And just kind of beat down these other people who are trying different things now that the meta's changed. And then from there, the meta starts to evolve based off of those kind of aggro decks, and then it kind of snowballs and changes after that. But yeah, it's very common. We see that pretty much after every change or expansion or addition of cards or anything that happens with the meta.
And I'm taking a look at the lineups as well. Like, Linthus has kind of brought decks that I feel like she was expecting to see quite a bit of aggro herself in the lineup, and that's not really what Andyfern is packing. You have the Priest now that Andifern has to win with. And I think that makes running the Murloc Paladin really, really scary. So it kind of wouldn't surprise me going into this next game in the series that Linthesis might go with more of that like bomb-centric warrior that we had a chance to see a little bit earlier on in the evening, just because that might give her the best chance. Like, we've seen it win before.
We have, and I want to point out, it's scary in a way for the Murloc Paladin, but also I think Murloc Paladin in general can actually be favored against Priest, especially with some of those really aggro starts. But yeah, Linthesis here does look like she's bringing out that warrior, and with that warrior, it is the kind of more bomb, not necessarily control style, but kind of just bomb warrior. It's not running the Galakrond like we've seen from some of the other players, but it does have a Captain Greenskin. It's got the shield blocks. Yeah, I love that Captain Greenskin. The sword and board, and we did talk about it in one of the previous matches about the damage, that attack damage difference after the nerfs for some of those weapons, but that Greenskin can kind of change it back in the opposite direction. So I wonder if we're going to see that come into play here.
Yeah, we were talking about the Corsair Cache, because right now it only gives you +1 durability instead of what it used to, which was durability and attack. But when we saw this exact same matchup, which Andifern was a part of in the earlier start of the evening, it was a really quick win for the, well, not a quick win, but it was a win at the end of the day for the warrior because of how much burst damage came through from the bombs. Especially when you get the armor generation online, which is something that Linthesis has definitely been able to do so far. That's something that you've got to really pay attention to as the priest.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it is interesting to note the difference in the deck lists. And again, this warrior, it's running the Greenskin, it's running Blastmaster Boom, the 2 Brutes, a Deathwing, and then Grommash. So it's not going to have that extra bit of damage from the Galakrond hero power like we had in some of those other matches, which I do think adding in a little bit of that damage from the hero power did help push that win over in particular in that game you were referencing. But
yeah, I'm
curious to see how this is going to line up in this match. Is this deck list going to do enough here? And again, only 1 Brawl in the deck too.
I feel like that's why Linthesis actually decided to ban out the warrior. That's the warrior that we got a chance to see kind of take the cake over the priest in our first match of the day with Sanguine. And yeah. I kind of wonder if that is why Linthesis kind of looked at that and said, you know what, I just don't think my deck list is going to be strong enough if we run into a mirror with the warriors. And just decided, let's just ban the warrior outright because I don't have a Galakrond in my lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And Linthesis also running that Murloc Paladin really also kind of lends itself to banning out that warrior and trying to get a win with that Paladin into the Hunter or Priest. So yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense banning out that warrior there. But this game, really, I mean, it feels like there's not a lot happening yet. And I think that kind of happens in a lot of these games where the games just kind of tend to feel slow a little bit. But I'm not sure how Linthesis answers this big 5/8 mana saver right now.
Yeah, I see like a risky skipper combo in hand, but like that's not really what I feel like you should be using here. In fact, like Linthesis actually goes for the face, just to be able to use the sword and board to clear out the mana saber. But that was super expensive.
It was a lot of resources she had to put into it, but I do like clearing that off just because the threat from Andifern's deck of being able to put more buffs or copy that, and then it's even more difficult for Linthesis to deal with. So I do kind of like clearing that out. And also just using up that weapon, getting a second bomb into the deck.
Yeah, because like there would have been a really clear turn. Actually, I don't know if you would go for the second Sethic Veilweaver and Apotheosis' turn if the Mana Saber had stayed alive, because you had the Kronks in hand, and right now as Andifern, I feel like in this matchup you're really trying to get that Galakrond's Wit hero power online with the Galakrond. Yeah. So I feel like you still kind of in that instance go for the Kronks on turn 6 no matter what.
Yeah, it could be. So maybe in that case, there wasn't as much threat that Linthesis really needed to remove. But I mean, of course, she has to consider those options, and she can't just see that Kronks is going to be coming down next turn. We have that special amazing caster vision here to be able to see both hands. But I really do like just that it felt patient. That last play from Linthesis there, just kind of, making a little bit of a trade, then dropping down this Brute, not really playing a lot in the turn and just kind of playing the one thing. I do like that it does die here, but it felt pretty good.
Yeah, no, it did feel really good, especially if Linthesis you can't play around always having an answer. You kind of just have to go for the play of best intent, and Linthesis definitely did that.
Absolutely. Really interesting here too. Andifern chose not to play that Apotheosis and generate another spell from the Sethic.
Maybe expecting a clear coming through from Linthesis?
Kind
of has always had an answer so far. Not out of the question that there might have been an answer here, but I feel like this Sethic Veilweaver just doesn't get the same amount of value when you're able to clear it off with the Ankar and the Armorsmith.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe Andifern is also waiting and being a little more patient with this Apotheosis, because right now she's at full health. So maybe she's kind of waiting until some of those bombs go off, that are in her deck, some of these kind of big threats and big swings from Linthesis come out, and then she can play Apotheosis on something and just heal back up and kind of make the bombs and the damage that Linthesis put out just kind of mean nothing.
Ooh, I really like the ordering there. Sky Raider, and then, getting the Corsair is actually so big because it's devalued from the Ankar being committed. So I really like the ordering from Linthesis just to ensure that, the pirate, if it was that Drug Corsair, ends up getting a chance to be used. And now, so Murassan is a pretty good turn to use that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did want to note there that last turn too, Linthesis could have actually played that Captain Greenskin that we keep mentioning, but I really like that she held it back because buffing up that Ankar, first of all, again, like we've kind of been mentioning all night, is a little bit less damage than a Wrench Caliber is going to have. And also, she's already kind of drawn these pirates. She's drawn them plus drawing them from the Ankar. She doesn't need more value from that, but she's going to get a lot more value out of buffing up a Wrench Caliber in the future with that Greenskin. So I really love that play of just holding that Greenskin and waiting.
Agreed.
Here, though, it's a little awkward. Not really any clears, or really good clears, I guess, the Shield Slam. I don't know if you go for the Blade Storm this turn. That
get a lot of armor.
Yeah. Gonna clear
everybody
off those
gets
two
a lot of armor, though.
Yeah. Armor for everybody. Kind of like the Primes. Just armor this time.
Ooh.
Soulmere.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see Soulmere being...
No.
Oh, man. It's so reactive. What a reactive hand for Andifern. No minions. I think you tap here, see what you find.
Yeah.
Because, I don't think Soulmere is going to do it.
I mean, honestly, just hitting that hero power every turn just feels like a great start to the turn every time. and then just deciding the turn from there. But yeah, that was a good pickup though, for sure, off of that hero power.
2 bombs in the deck for this Blastmaster Boom. I don't hate the Deathwing Mad Aspect play either.
Yeah. I did wonder if we would see that Deathwing the previous turn, but I think it was a little bit too risky with both players having multiple minions on board. It's much more clean this turn, and one of those bombs coming down, just cranking through a little bit of that armor.
Oh, both of them!
Okay. Well,
wow.
That happened.
What are the odds of that?
I mean, opposite of what we saw earlier when, like, no bombs, even though there was, like, 50 million of them in the deck, and then none was drawn, and now there's literally only 2, and they both come out in the same turn. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, it is super incredible. Oh, now you stole Mirror. I respect this play a lot. You're the Imprisoned Vile Fiend as well, just to be able to seal that. But that means that the Blastmaster Boom actually doesn't find the same kind of value. You get no boom bots.
Yeah. So now that, I mean, with those bombs still in the deck, the Blastmaster Boom looks pretty good for this turn, but now that those are drawn, this turn looks really awkward. Like, you don't really just
tap
wanna...
and pass? You just tap and pass.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're a control player, and, you know, that's like half your turn, so maybe you love to see it. Depends on which side you're on.
Right.
That's an interesting find there. That could go really well with that Grave Runes in hand, too. Being able to, like, Grave Runes, buff it up, making a copy of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are there... Maybe just for extra healing later? I'm not... Actually, maybe that's not the greatest impact minion there, now the more I think about it.
Though a lot of the minions that Indifern has gotten from Galakrond's Wit have been pretty low impact. Feeling a little bit like their luck ran out just a bit from their series versus Sanguine. Especially in that mirror matchup. Indifern just kind of felt like they were getting the better value from the Galakrond's Wit minions. But wait a minute, is Linthesis going to actually play at the Gromish now? I guess go for it.
Ooh. Oh, you know, and I really, really like this, just playing it out and attacking for 4, not comboing it with one of the skippers in hand to make it 10, because it's just so difficult for Priest to deal with 4 attack minions. Whereas, I mean, a Time Rip does deal with it no matter what its attack is, but that's basically just banking on you've got to have it. Oh my gosh.
Do you say you play Shadow Word Death?
Yeah.
Steal it! Oh my god!
And, there's a Reliquary. Let's go.
Oh, let the fun begin, Dragon Rider.
And that is not the first time tonight either that we've seen a Psyche split Shadow Word Death. And that is the risk of not going for the skipper pushing that damage last turn, leaving it at 4 attack. But, you know, you do force your opponent to have a 2-card combo.
Oh my god, it lives!
Oh my gosh. What is happening? This is insane. These brawls today have been just...
They've not been very good for the brawler, have they? Mind Flayer it? Apotheosis?
I mean...
I'm getting so excited about the number of possibilities here.
I'm looking at this Grave Rune as well.
I know.
Oh my gosh, just you know, if this dies, you get 2 more that just can come out. Oh, this is...
What fun Hearthstone we've seen today.
You know, get the Reliquary out there. Just get it out. Let's show this, even if it doesn't come to anything. But you know, I wonder how many weeks during this Supergirl series are we going to see Reliquary of Souls?
How many weeks in a row are we going to see Priest?
All
I'm
of them.
counting the number of weeks we see a priest mirror, at least on one hand.
All right.
Oh.
Getting the second wrench caliber there off of Corsair Cash. And again, I mentioned earlier, so we've talked about now this only gets additional durability, but that green skin in hand just waiting to buff this up next turn.
But Apotheosis
Oh my
looks
gosh.
so good. Like you've already grave ruined the Gromish. You haven't even enraged it yet. You're going to Psyche split it to get a second copy. Now you have the ability to get 4 Gromish and infinite healing on board. There's no Brawl in hand, and I actually don't believe. Yeah, there's only 1 copy of the Brawl. It's gone.
Yeah, and there's just one. I mean, I literally have my hands on my head right now, just like in disbelief at the what is happening in this game. What is going on? This is so crazy, but I love it. Like
Rage.
That Blade Storm, though, it's not enough.
No, you can't get rid of both Gromish, and you just enraged them both. 14 damage each. That is 28, which is more than enough. I mean, at this point, you were kind of hoping to maybe draw like a shield block, because that would have put you out of range. What do you?
I mean, this gains some armor.
You can't tap though.
No. And even with a hero power, if she had the mana, it's still exact lethal on board.
Yeah.
Wow. So, and both of these top 4 games, 2-0.
So
2-0. Both of them. I don't know. I'm like almost speechless. This has been amazing and such fun to just watch these players. This has been great.
I think at the same moment, you and I were both kind of going like this, because it was just insane plays that you wouldn't have expected to come out from these kinds of matchups. But that's the Hearthstone we know and love. So I'm super excited that we got a chance to see that. And there's more, Dawn. We have more Hearthstone today.
Yay! I was so excited. And, we've kind of mentioned it a couple times too. The fact that we had some nerfs this weekend, so the meta has kind of changed. We're seeing different stuff. This format now has a ban, so we're kind of getting to see if the less desirable matchups get banned out. We get to see the more interesting, fun matchups. But even seeing like this Priest and Warrior that felt like it could have gone one way, that went the complete opposite direction that I think a lot of people expected. I mean, 2 gigantic like Gromoshes. What? No, that
doesn't happen.
Yeah,
that could have been 4, Dawn. Let's not forget that could have been 4 Gromish on the field from the Grave Rune and the Psyche split. Hello everyone and welcome back. It is the Supergirl Gamer Pro with myself, Nekra, and Dragon Rider bringing you through all the Hearthstone action for this 9 weeks together. And we're already down to the grand finals today, and it's going to be between Andifern and Nysil. Now, Andifern made it to that second place last week. Can she get over the hump today to get that grand finals finish? 100 points on the line for first, 75 points on the line for second, and we've already had our bans come through, Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And both players gonna be fighting for those points, 100 like you mentioned, or 75, but still a difference there. Try to get as many points as they can here. Andifern, again, on the Warrior, Hunter, and Priest, and Nysil on that Rogue, Highlander, Hunter, and the Warrior. What do you think we're just going to see Warrior bans again? Is that just going to be the thing?
I think Warrior bans coming through for sure on Andifern's side. Like it would surprise me a lot given how similar the lineups are for Nysil and Linthesis, that we wouldn't see the Warrior ban come through for her. But I don't actually know on the side of Nysil, because that Highlander Hunter is really scary. But so is the Warrior. So you kind of have to pick your battle there in terms of, like, I feel like that's it. We're picking between the lesser of two evils, between the Hunter and the Warrior. It's just seasons before again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like for Andifern, her Warrior has been banned, so she will have to play the Hunter and Priest. And on Nysil's side, the Hunter has been banned, so she has to play Warrior and the Rogue. So pretty interesting here. And again, slight variance in these Warrior decks that we've seen. I feel like every Warrior deck almost has been slightly different. So Nysil here playing this Warrior with, it's still running like the Sword and boards, the Corsair Caches, of course, the Wrench Calibers. But this one does have the Kronks and Galakron package. Mm-hmm. So potentially a little bit of damage to push through and, close out. I would think close out that game against the Priest, kind of like we saw earlier. I'm not sure how it's going to do against the Hunter here, though. That's the kind of matchup that I think is going to be a little bit more up in the air for me.
No, I agree with that one, especially because this is the newer Highlander Hunter list that you were talking about, that you have some experience with in Legend, with this kind of more aggressive, more early turn kind of Highlander Hunter, where you have those lower cost cards just being a little bit heftier in the lineup. And that's kind of interesting, because I feel like for the Warrior, they really want to try to burn through the deck so that, especially with the Warrior that Nysil is running, that you can get those bombs to pop off.
Right.
And that's not something that I feel like Andifern is really going to let happen. And the other thing about this that I have some questions about is, like, there isn't really healing in the deck for this Highlander Hunter. So, like, I definitely have some questions about it, and I hope we get a chance to see those two decks come through.
Yeah, no problem. And we are waiting to get into game here, so we apologize for any delay. We are going to jump into game as soon as that is available there. But, in the meantime, also, I'm looking at Andifern's Hunter list here, running an Ooze. It is running that Frizz package that we've kind of seen before. It does have Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, but not the 10 mana here. But All right, we are seeing this here. And I was going to say, I wonder, we even see the ooze right in this opening hand. I wonder how much the ooze and potentially even a Zephyrus into second ooze could swing the game for Andy Fern.
Yeah, the ooze. I feel like the ooze can be so impactful. I think at this moment you let the Ankar go. It's already got one charge left. That's not really the weapon that you're worried about. You're worried if you're Andifert about that wrench caliber. So I just feel like hold on to the ooze right now and maybe go ahead and use, like the Frozen Shadow Weaver, try to put that down, make sure you don't float a mana. And I think that's definitely the right play. You can use the ooze a little bit later with that, I'm having a hard time. Bone Chewer, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, the Bone Chewer, absolutely. And I really do like the freeze here, kind of like you mentioned. Maybe not the highest value here to get rid of this, this one durability Ankar with the ooze, but freezing also delays another turn. So Nysil can't swing this turn, and if she decides she wants to somehow put out another weapon, which she'd have to have coin anyways to get to that wrench caliber, which she doesn't have, she'd have to override the weapon. So kind of awkward weapon plays there, but gonna make quick work of that Shadow Weaver there.
Ooh.
Okay.
Now there are some choices. So part of me just thinks like you float a mana here, because I just feel like, or you could also Bone Chewer and tap. That's not a terrible play either.
It's not bad. Yeah, I even wonder if there's coin possibility here. Like even just the Bone Chewer, coin the Desert Spear, like to try to set up. Yeah. The issue though is trying to get through some of that armor. We did just see one of the shield slams coming down, but gonna kind of go for just a little bit more tempo, getting rid of that armor and getting a 3/3 out on board here.
Oh, but this is such a good Blade Storm turn.
It is. I was looking at that too.
Yeah, so I was kind of taking a look at that, like, okay, well, yeah, you could use the Scale Rider here. You're floating a mana. It's not the most advantageous decision, but I do like that knowing that you have the Ankar coming up, you are going to be able to pull a Pirate, or you can just go ahead and tap. I think this is just a really nice play coming in from Nysil, not expending too many resources here, and now it's kind of up to Andifern. Like, do you set up? Do you play the Rotnest Drake as tempo? You've got so many options at your disposal right now.
I don't mind it. I mean, you've already seen one Shield Slam come down. You just saw a Blade Storm. It's not that bad. Or you just take a slower approach, maybe play out either the weapon and a hero power, but I like just getting this body on the board.
I really like this too, because you just saw a Blade Storm come through. What are the chances that there's a second one? That the Wrench Caliber is not really going to be enough here. And when you're taking a look at how you use your mana for next turn, if nothing of value gets played from Nysil, you might just be able to go ahead and coin out Dino Tamer Brand. That's not a terrible play either. Oh, but look at this, taking the 6 damage to face and then sword and board. I still don't hate coining out Dino Tamer Brand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Let's do it.
You've seen all this removal now. It's 8 damage to face. It's like, how do they deal with it? Looks good. Looks pretty good.
Looking pretty spicy, because how do you remove it now? Shield block, shield slam. The probability of having that combination in hand is pretty low, and you can't use Grommash. That doesn't feel very good to have to use your Grommash to clear it. You also don't have the mana for it, so it's just not. Yeah, I think that was the perfect time for Andifern to play that.
Yeah. And looking at Nysil's hand, like, it's so mana heavy. So maybe these next couple of turns, she can kind of get some big swing turns going, get these big bomb beasts and things, these big plays really out of her hand. But in the meantime, it does look like she's going to be taking a lot of damage here. And because these bombs have been put in the deck now, this Zephyrus is not active anymore. So finding an answer off of Zephyrus is kind of out of the question now. There is the possibility of doing kind of I don't even necessarily think it's a cute play, but it might just be a solid play on its own. But the Varanus, and use that Guardian Og Merchant to ping down one of the minions that's now at 1 health. But the Desert Spear is also fine, kind of sets up for something similar next turn.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you can't play Varanus plus the Desert Spear.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you really want to try to get rid of the Pirate. Or Pirates, I would say. But, ooh, yeah, just send all that damage. I like it. And then I really like the Bone Chewer here, too, with the Study Shot.
Yeah. I mean, it does get cleared pretty easily, right? There's things on board already that just trade into it, but it's a little speed bump that those minions kind of have to get through. And that
you can also just play Deathwing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that second Wrench Caliber too, but again, yeah, these big things here. If she wants to go for the Deathwing, she's gonna have to make some trades here to try to guarantee killing that Crush. What's the best way to do that? It's a little awkward.
It is pretty awkward. Let's see if she's found an answer.
Trading this. I mean, does she have to also trade in the 3/3 into the Crush? I think so.
I think so.
Otherwise, there's a chance that it doesn't clear. But I would just gonna go
Blood
for the
Whale
Brute.
And then you could equip the Wrench Caliber and swing. I really,
nice.
really like that play.
Yeah, really nice here. So that is now 3 bombs put into the deck. Can clear both of these minions and even play the Ooze alongside this Varanus here.
Oh, I definitely would. You just mitigate the ability to buff it up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very quick Deathwing coming down.
Yeah.
And I
do
mean,
you?
yeah.
I think you have to. God.
Yeah, I think you use the Og Merchant when it means you're not playing this body here. I mean, at this point now, both of these Highlander cards here are just stuck in hand for Andifern, and honestly, there's too many bombs at this point that you really can't. You can't wait for those to come out of your deck to try to get the Highlander effect. And I mean, with the bombs, if those are all coming out of your deck, you're probably dead. So you're not really going to get that Highlander effect anyway. So just get these out for tempo. I like it.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, couldn't play that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Kind of had to answer that Deathwing Mad aspect.
Yeah, but that sets you up for next turn where you can play the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and then play a dragon if it comes into hand. That serves your interest. So I don't dislike having to hold on to it.
I mean, well, she won't be able to play anything else with it because it's 9 mana. It's not going to get that Highlander effect of putting dragons into her hand.
Oh, that's true.
So, yeah, it's just going to be a 9 mana 8/8.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No. Okay, this does some damage if you want to kill one of your own minions. Otherwise, it's just playing an 8/8 out on board, I guess.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel very good, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Like it's a body that you've already kind of seen most of the removal resources get used.
Yeah.
So think you're
Exactly.
fairly safe.
Right. We're gonna see. This is tough here. That's a big body on the board. Yeah, I was gonna say we might just see the armor smith try to clear up some of the board here and get some armor. But the skipper Gromash looked kind of enticing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have it for next turn, and then you still got to think about the 3 bombs that are in the deck as the deck thins out for Andifern.
And I mean, talking about removals being used, honestly, there's already been a decent amount of removal used from Andifern's side as well, with the Varanus and the Desert Spear being used. So not a lot of removal potential here from Andifern either. So this board from Nysil looks pretty solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because you really want to try to get rid of the risky skipper.
Yeah.
Blastmaster Boom, that looks pretty good.
I'm loving these games tonight. This is just amazing watching this all unfold.
I'm at the edge of my seat. I just can't wait to see what shenanigans are going to come out next. And this is a pretty good, like, oh my god, you could even Battle Rage here if you really wanted to, because this is 3 cards that you get a chance to draw, and then Blastmaster Boom. There's so many possibilities. Like,
I mean, honestly, I'm even just looking at this play out you probably hit with the skipper first into face, and then just Gromash hero power and just push it all face, because you've already seen you've already seen from Andifern, she's already played a lot of the dragons. She's already played Bran. Like, I just like putting her to 1 there and trying to get one of those bombs to hit, personally.
Not a bomb.
But this play, killing that poisonous, was a little bit more safe, just to try to guarantee that there wasn't going to be some sort of crazy comeback mechanic.
I think you had to. Otherwise, your whole board is gone.
Yeah, and I mean, setting her to 4 instead of 1. If she draws a bomb, it's the same thing, right? She still dies from a single bomb at 4 health rather than 1. So yeah, I do like that. But what a game! What a game 1!
What a game 1. What honestly some series that we've had a chance to see today. Like, that's been so exciting, and we still have more at bay. We've got match point now between Nysil and Andifern. Andifern still has both decks to work with, which would be the Highlander Hunter as well as the Priest. And then Nysil has to win with the Rogue.
So we see Andifern staying on that Hunter, it looks like, going into this Rogue here. Not a bad starting hand, I'd say, for the Hunter. Might just drop that big ol' whelp, but Sharpshooter, Stormhammer, pretty good cards.
Nice early cards, but I kind of agree with the mulligan to get rid of the Stormhammer, just for now. You don't have synergy with it yet. And I feel like you're still looking for lower cost cards that will help you develop the board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And it can be a little bit awkward against Rogue as well. Rogue's going to have some stealth minions or some minions that are kind of 4 health or a lackey, and you really don't want to be using weapons like that Stormhammer into those things. So I don't mind that at all. Picking up the Ooze, that's pretty helpful. Just going to take out a hero power dagger, but it's not bad. And it's still something to play, especially if Nysil maybe just daggers next turn or doesn't really get out on board. But
yeah,
lots of spells in hand here for Nysil.
Yeah, you can't really, like, I feel like thinking right now about maybe using a prep here, which I don't mind, just to be able to play the ambush and maybe try to stop something early.
Yeah.
But
also a little bit awkward if, setting up for if Andifern were to play Ingenuity here on 2, is that going to give Nysil even more resources? Or drop a minion, and then, it's awkward to deal with no matter which way you look at it, I think. But now getting on board.
Yeah, starting that lackey generation as classic of the rogue.
All right, gonna try for this diving griffin. And all right, triggers an ambush, so can freely trade into whichever one of these that she wants without triggering a bamboozle.
I think that's the right call as well. Get rid of the poison.
Yeah.
You don't want that to stick around on board because you're working up. If you're Andifern, you're working up to some of these, middle turns where you get a chance to play the evasive Fellwing or the evasive Worm. That Frizz looking pretty good too. In fact, that's probably the best turn 4 card right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. So, not necessarily, I think, the lackeys here that Nysil would have wanted, but the Witchy lackey with this is pretty solid. Ooh, 5/4. That's not a bad upgrade there. And now, I was going to say she probably just goes with the dagger here. Just take this out.
So that way you can't trade, and even if you wanted to, no, I think you still, frizz.
Yeah, this looks like just the most solid play for Andifern here, and just kind of setting up her own game plan a little bit. Maybe it's not the best body or kind of answer to the board right now, but it's going to generate the value to hopefully help on board later. And especially if we can see something like that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza coming into hand at the 7 mana, that could make a huge impact.
Ooh.
Going in on the secrets.
I mean, that puts Andifern in just like such an awkward position because you can't just go for the game plan that you want to, knowing that there are these secrets on board.
Yeah.
I still think Rottnest Drake is the call here.
Yeah, I agree.
But the ambush.
Yep. That voice line just says it all. Fell right into my trap, and definitely did. But this stunner coming in hand is kind of interesting too. It might not be worth giving your opponent that Rottnest effect again, but it does make it 7 mana instead of 5.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just kill it on board too, which is also fine.
I think it's a pretty good use of the poisonous.
Yeah. This evasive worm looking mighty fine here.
Answer after answer for both of these players, kind of unable to really develop that board. I really like the Draconic Lackey here in case you draw something pretty good. I almost wish you could have had the evasive worm as well to be able to play this turn, but at least you have it for next. And do you praise Galakrond here?
And then
do you take it out with your face?
Maybe?
I think you were hoping for additional damage from that lackey roll.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even mind the Titanic Lackey going into the Hunter's turn 7 against Bran, a potential Bran. That just makes it really awkward. You really don't want to be playing a Bran and trading into something. So I really like this. And also, if Andifern has the Bran and decides to play it, trade in, like that evasive worm on the other side just to follow up and, okay, well, I'll just, finish up with these small things on board and this evasive worm to kill that.
Yeah.
That crush is a great follow-up there.
Absolutely.
This is a really interesting pan out of this matchup too, because I feel like this is the first time in this game where we've actually seen more than like 2 minions on board.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the other games that we've seen with this Rogue versus Hunter, there has seemed to be some really wide boards. But yeah, like you mentioned, this game has just gone back and forth so many times. And I feel like it's
like
not.
This.
Yeah, this just clearing up as much as she can here, pushing some more damage.
This is how Andifern stays in the game.
Yeah.
Is try to push as much damage as possible. Kind of recognizing that Nycil was running low, or has been playing some pretty awkward turns. I think that's just kind of a pretty good telltale that Nycil doesn't necessarily have the pieces in hand that she wishes she had for this particular matchup, but the evasive worm is a great answer to the Huffer, and you can get some nice clears. Ooh, what does this roll?
Oh, that's... yeah. I think our reactions kind of sum that one up there. Gonna try again, though, with the shadow stuff.
Try again.
Take 2. Okay.
Nah, it's not... That's,
do you go for try number 3 with the second shadow step?
I would almost consider it in Nycil's situation. Just go for it.
I was gonna say maybe you just hit and then roll the other one, because playing a spell now has buffed this, so 7/7, not too bad. And oh my god.
Oh no, not like this. Low Walker Cho. I have a story about Low Walker Cho. It is the first golden legendary that I ever got until packs started being a little bit more generous with the golden legendaries that came through. It was the first one that I ever opened the pack, and while I was excited, I was also mighty disappointed.
I mean, Cho tries so hard. Like, he's got that gigantic smile on his face. He's so friendly looking, and he's like, look, this is fine. And then it's not fine. But we do see a little bit more tools. You were talking about kind of not really having anything in hand that Nycil wanted, but these starting to come to hand a little bit.
Oh, but the Low Walker Cho gives a Seal Fate to Andifern.
It does. I mean, at that point, it's really just a 3 damage to a minion. But, yeah, very interesting here. I wonder, should she have just played
about
the questing
ordering.
priest? Yeah.
Yeah. I really do wonder about the ordering on that one. I think you should have played it anyway.
Now you almost have to play this stunner to put that questing at 4, because you know you just gave your opponent that Seal Fate, which is 3 damage, so...
Exactly.
Yeah. And now it's just a matter of, does Andifern have the last bit of damage needed? But she does not from our end here. You can see she doesn't have this. So what route does she go to clear these minions here? Alright. Gonna try to set up for a next turn lethal and hope that the minions that Nycil has are not enough. Oh! Togwaggle!
But Togwaggle!
What a huge draw! Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Okay, here we go, Wand. Are we gonna see a Galakrond picked up here that gives armor? What? that show.
Krongs?
Krongs?
No, you get the questing adventure though.
The Kronks though, like, is giving your minions +2/+2. How much damage is that? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wait. No, that's
Wait.
That's it. What?
Wait, wasn't that lethal? Hold on, if she had given her minions +2/+2, was that lethal? Was I miscounting? She had 12 on board and 5 minions that would have gotten +2/+2. That would have been exactly 22 damage.
Yeah, did Nysil miss lethal?
I think so. I think that would have been exactly enough. Oh. I mean, it's not over. That was 1-1, right? So going into game 3, so Nysil still has another chance here to bring it back. But this rogue into the priest now.
Oh, you know what? No, she couldn't have. Galakrond wasn't active.
That's right. Thank you to our production team for pointing out my mistakes there. Yeah. Okay.
Had the Galakrond
So it
been
was.
active, I mean, even yeah, because like you couldn't have played the Galakrond too, so no ability to shield. Yeah, I think Nysil knew that was going to be over, but what a fast start for Andifern. Hello?
Yeah. I mean, I think you just see that 0 mana Kronks and you're just like, oh my gosh, but yeah. That, maybe that's why, like, I'm glad that Nysil is the one playing and I'm casting here because, then it's like, whatever, I'm the caster, like, I can mess it up, it's fine. Like, the player, she knows what she's doing, but she's going to try again with this rogue. And
Yes.
I think this hand looks a lot better than the last hand for her. She's drawn some more of those tools there. We see Edwin in hand. That's going to be a good tool, but maybe fairly easily removed from Andifern.
I'm just looking at kind of the fast start that Andifern got a chance to get off to with these demons.
Yeah, finding these dormant minions, we kind of actually haven't seen a lot of them, it feels like. They kind of haven't shown up until much later in the game, or kind of not at all. But yeah, starting with them this game feels pretty good. All right, gonna try again with the cat here. Oh no. Those are not the minions you want to be finding from that Pharaoh cat there.
I made a face. You couldn't see the face, but I did make a face. 6/6 Edwin isn't terrible, though. I mean...
Yeah. And I do like it. Going into the priest's turn 4, they don't have the ability to time rip yet, so that's pretty good, too. I mean, it does die to Shadow Word Death, but...
We have caster vision.
That's right.
That's not in hand right now.
And, even with that caster vision, like, we still get excited about other things and mess up, but, that's okay. I did the math right, so I'm proud of myself
You did the
for
math
adding
right.
up the math.
There just wasn't a Galakrond. It's okay.
That's right.
It is okay. Honestly, I looked at that too, and I went, it's glowing.
Yeah.
It's active. And then I realized it was just to pick up the Galakrond, and I went, wait a minute.
Right.
But yeah. Moving on. Really nice clears coming through. I feel like the Edwin isn't going to actually find value face. I believe here that this is really just going to end up being kind of just like a good stall tactic from Nysil. Oh, but Reliquary.
It's golden, too.
Oh, that makes
Right.
it even scarier.
That's right.
That's the only reason to have the golden hero, by the way, is because you scare your opponent when they see it.
Yeah, the animation, it's scary, and then the thing is scary, and it's golden. It's all the scaries. But I feel like this rogue is not going extremely well for Nysil, but this time picks up the Galakrond. So later, when we see the Kronks.
Later Kronks will be
it's,
active.
it's gonna be good. And
absolutely.
I can't wait for that because I'll be on it that time. But, I mean, not much going on in this hand for Andifern. Like, it's a little interesting. I think a lot of the other matches we've seen, there's been a large hand size, and this game just kind of not... There hasn't been any generation going on. There hasn't been any stealing from the rogue, any generating, so kind of a small hand size relatively for Priest and what we're kind of used to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think just play out the Reliquary of Souls here, get your Reliquary Prime into the deck. Well, that's really too bad about the pulls earlier, isn't it, from those Pharaoh Cats?
Yeah, those are really unfortunate. And that's why I just feel like this rogue is just working against Nysil tonight. It's not what she wants to be getting from these effects here.
Mm.
Does she go in on the... Does she just draw the questing? Is she going on that? Is it just a miscreant turn here and try to generate lackeys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, well...
That's not bad. I think if you're definitely looking for getting some high rolls, then Draconic Lackey is not too bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Now...
I mean, is she just doing this to play around a soul mirror next turn?
If you're gonna go this wide, then I think so. I think you just try your best to deal with the soul mirror.
Yeah. All right, well, Sethik coming into hand might change that kind of generation and hand size that I was just talking about.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, you could Grave Rune the Mana Saber.
Yep. And...
hit something.
Yep, and maybe renew it then. Okay, Shadow Word Death. That's actually going to be really insane later, though, once that the questing comes down.
Andifern has a really difficult decision here. Oh, just gonna go for the restore now.
Psyche Split? Forbidden Words? Okay. Just gonna go for more removal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you spend every turn just removing stuff from the rogue side, like, eventually they're gonna run out of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that seems to be maybe a game plan here. Just find a ton of removal and just go in on removing as much as possible every single turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dark Prophet.
Yeah, but do you... I feel like on Nysil's side, you don't have to remove that much. Like, think about how much damage you have. 10 damage right now. See what lackey you get. Ooh, an extra bit of damage there too.
Yeah.
Just to be able to clear out the Sethik. Though you can preserve a lackey if you want to. Or use your face, that also works.
Yeah.
Because Mana Sabers can't get through both Shields of Galakrond.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, dealing 1 damage at a time, but it's still damage is going face. Seems all right now. Oh,
but
this Holy Nova. What?
The top decks have been insane.
I was just thinking that. It's like, how many times have we seen just like the perfect top deck tonight from both sides of the board?
Yeah.
Like in every
absolutely.
match. Okay.
Yeah, because you can just Forbidden Words.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that positioning and that play from Andifern.
Yeah. And this order here just gaining a little bit more mana and squeezing in a hero power too. That's mighty helpful.
Thinking if you just Galakrond here. No, well, I mean, I think you. Well,
what is it at? Is it at? It's at least 2, right? Because we saw both shields.
Oh, I like questing adventurer though too. This is a really good questing turn.
Right. Okay. Get rid of something. Put something back in hand.
Don't let the door hit you.
This generated Shadow Word Death here can easily take out that 5/5. Oh, but Galakrond coming into hand now as well for Andifern. I think it's just a matter of, does she want to play it this turn? Like, how does she play around the secret, I think is what she's thinking here. Okay.
I think she knows, like, there's a secret on board, and
right.
More than likely it's going to be ambush. Go ahead and just kind of pop it and deal with it before putting down something a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But what an awkward hand now for Nysil.
Yeah. Those generous mummies are just never gonna come down.
No.
I mean, unless this game just really goes to some bizarre, like, alternate reality where there's, like, nothing else gonna come down from the priest, and then maybe those are gonna be played, but I just don't see it. Ooh, okay. Those are some interesting finds. Yeah. I'm really looking at that. I believe that's Evocation. In hand there, just generate a bunch of spells. Let's see. All right. So there's one more invoke. So Galakrond takes out 2 minions at this point. Oh, that water bear, actually a pretty good pickup.
But I like the Galakrond here. I think it's time.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree there. I think this water bear is going to come down. I don't even know if it's going to come down next turn. It might still be a couple turns because of that weapon there. But maybe it comes down to try to bait Nysil into using that? I don't know. I think the secret just comes down to clear some space in the hand and see what you find here. All right.
Ooh,
wow.
What is that? 10? There's 2 10 costs in the hand.
I think one looks like maybe Pyroblast.
Yeah.
Maybe the other is Puzzle Box. Can't play those.
No.
Is that a Frost Nova? Or, wait.
Frostbolt?
What is the 3? Is the 3 mana a board freeze here? Might not need to go for it. Pyroblast.
Yeah, that's a Pyroblast.
And a Puzzle Box.
of Yogg-Saron,
and
of
a Frost Nova. Okay. Alright. Well, I mean, she got to clear the board, so
yeah.
it definitely did something there, and she got to put out a little bit, right? She got to put out a Learn Draconic, that side quest there. I'm not really sure how much mana she's going to be spending on spells, though. At least not for a little while. Oh my gosh.
All
right.
Frostbolt, where does it... Oh, your own face.
Evocation. Okay. Incanter's Flow.
Huh.
To discount the spells in the deck, though, that's interesting. Could just play, could go for the 1 mana things here.
Mm-hmm. Reno?
Okay. And then add just a random mage spell to the hand.
Yeah. Oh, man. What?
Arcane
What?
Missiles.
Oh, these games have been absolutely nuts. Galakrond. Maybe.
I mean,
Waiting.
it's not fully invoked yet, right?
Mm-mm.
I think it's still only at the tier 2 there in the middle. And now this looks like what? Double Seal Fate in hand. And there's only 1 minion on board with a backstab double Seal Fate in hand, and only one of those things can hit that, unfortunately. Wow. Yeah, I really just feel like this rogue has just been working against Nysil tonight. I'm gonna start that off and oh my gosh. Oh, okay.
Psyche split.
Alright. Fully upgraded Galakrond now. Gonna draw some cards here. They're gonna cost 1 though. This was another thing that did change with the nerfs this week. Those cards no longer cost 0, and a little bit of an unfortunate pickup with one of those. It started as a 0 mana card, and now it actually costs 1. But those seem okay-ish. Like, the pickups are okay. Not really the most impactful things.
Nysil's gonna burn a card next turn.
Yeah.
I feel like you're picking between Shadow Madness and Radiance.
That's what I completely agree there. Maybe she's just not worried about the healing, thinking that she's just gonna go in on these big minions of her own, and then maybe remove if Nysil can put something out. Kind of the
Ooh.
We see the emote there coming out from Nysil too. I think pretty much she just knows, like, this is this is pretty much ending.
Yeah, there's like, I just don't think there's enough clearance in the hand to be able to actually deal with all 3 dragons on board.
Yeah.
So I guess play out whatever you can. Give us a good show at the very end.
Try to find something. All right. Just all the lackeys here. Does find Titanic, but
it's helpful.
Not enough.
To stave off a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
But you're looking for like 3 Titanic lackeys. And,
yes.
Unfortunately, not going to find him. So Andifern takes the game and the series. Fell just a little bit short in week 1, but week 2 able to make it happen and bring home the 100 points. That's 175 points for Andifern so far. Untouchable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a huge lead, and just shout out, and my heart goes out to Nysil as well. That rogue, just I've been in that same spot too, and it just, you know, when you play test and you feel like it's going well and you bring it, and then in the series it just falls flat, and it just is so heartbreaking. But still, second place, nothing to scoff at, and 75 points for her. And still, just, she is an incredible player. So I do hope that we continue to see her back as well. But well played from both sides. And yeah, again, congratulations to Anna Fern. Really well deserved.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen some incredible series today, but I feel like the play that sticks out to me still is that Grommash play with just 4 Grommash on the board, or the potential for 4 Grommash on the board, 28 damage presenting. Like, what? You don't get a chance to see that every day, and we saw some incredible sets of Hearthstone.
Absolutely. So, you know, I do hope that everybody that joined us tonight really enjoyed this. Just thank you so much to everybody that has hung around, watched the stream, enjoyed the games, all of the players for getting involved, all of from the production side, and as well as those who are running the tournament on the kind of admin side. Thank you to everybody. And thank you to you, Negra, for being such a wonderful co-caster with me. It's been a lot of fun. But do you want to just close out with a little bit about how everyone can get involved for next week and the next several weeks?
Yeah, I would absolutely love to. So if you missed out on today's action, or you missed out on last week, and you're thinking about getting involved yourself, then head over to www.supergirlgamerpro.com. That is the website for Supergirl Gamer Pro, and has all of the action that you can follow for the 2020 season. We have 3 games that we're covering from July 10th to December 6th, which is Hearthstone, League of Legends, and CSGO. So there's lots of ways to get involved. If you don't have a team yet, head over to the Discord. There's a lot of ways that, and a lot of teams that are still looking for members to join them in each week. And follow us on socials at SG Gamer Pro for Facebook and Twitter. That's SG Gamer Pro to follow all of the action for this season. Dawn, it's been such a pleasure. I love casting Hearthstone with you, and I can't wait till we get a chance to see next week. We've got lots more action heading everybody's way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't wait to see what decks and strategies people bring next week, because, again, we kind of mentioned it, but, you know, this week seemed really aggressive, but I think as the meta develops over the next week, I think we're going to see a change again in what people are bringing. So I can't wait to see what's brought next week. But I do just want to close out with, you know, all of this isn't possible without the wonderful sponsors that help put all of this together. So a huge thank you and shout out as well to the sponsors: Nissan, the U.S. Air Force, Zenny, the U.S. Marines, and GameStop as well. Thank you all so much for putting this together and helping just empower women and bring women together in gaming, because it really does mean a lot to be able to do things like this. So I know I've enjoyed like every second of it. So I hope that everybody watching has as well. And do you have any other closing thoughts, Necro, before we send it off for the night?
Just one more. Tune in next week on Friday for CSGO action for week 3 at 8 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully we'll see you then, and we'll see you next weekend for all the CSGO, League of Legends, and Hearthstone Supergirl Gamer Pro action. Thanks so much for watching tonight, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris,
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
Burning down the walls, we let the monsters in, and now we're burning down the halls. No, we can't let them win. There's an evil inside, it is lurking way down below. And if I can't hold my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow.